Enter the world of the paranormal with us, here at Paranormal M. We invite you to hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you never miss a single mysterious story. Buckle up and get ready for a ride you won't forget. Typical haunted hotel room. While we were in Bali in February this year, we stayed at a villa resort near Bali's airport. I don't really want to expose the name, but I'll just hint it's one of the resorts super near the airport, in case anybody wants to Google it and see how the room looks like to understand my story better. We were assigned to a 2-story room, the living room in the first floor and the door connecting to one of the bedrooms with its own shower and toilet. The second floor is a bedroom on its own with 3 doors, one leading to the balcony, one to a room with a toilet bowl, and the other to the bathroom. There's also a door at the top of the stairs leading to the second floor and a stairwell itself, and it's narrow. I did feel a weird, eerie presence when I entered the room, but it's probably my mind playing tricks on me since I watched some horror on the plane, and also because I thought I'd be sleeping alone in such a large room. My mother and father slept at the first floor, 'cause they're kinda old, my mom being 57 and my dad being 67, so they told me to sleep on the second floor since they don't want to climb up the stairs a lot. The first and second night, I slept on the second floor. I was with my cousin, who joined us last minute. On the second day in Bali, I had a fight with my family and ran upstairs and locked the door. My mother and cousin came running up to tell me and open up. I thought they just wanted to argue with me more, but thinking back, they sounded kind of frantic or worried. You'll understand why later. Fast forward to my third night. My cousin left, and it was our last night in the hotel, so I was packing and getting ready for bed. Alone, on the second floor. The temperature was colder than usual, although it remained the same throughout the stay, and I didn't drink anything cold, so I was already getting suspicious. Suddenly, I just got this vibe that I was being watched, and I just got paranoid. Take note, I didn't see anything. It's just like this gut feeling. I kept imagining faces in the curtains. Not long later, while watching videos on my iPad, I heard one of the cabinets in the end of the room make a thud, like something from the inside of the cabinet knocked on the door. I immediately took the blankets, which were all really pretty heavy by the way, and my pillow. In typical teenage me, I obviously grabbed my phone too and ran downstairs. The blankets and pillows were in front of my face when I carried them, so it doesn't drag on the floor. While running down, I managed to close the door leading up to the second floor, and since most of my front view was blocked by the blanket and pillow, while closing the door, I was looking towards the ground, and I saw a white sheet inside the room on the ground. I thought it was another pillow that fell on the ground while I closed the door, but when I reached the first floor, I realized the pillow was too tall to be a pillow, so obviously I thought it was a cliché ghost in white. That night I slept in my living room sofa, and in my dream I dreamt about this woman in Balinese clothing, dancing with an eerie smile on her face. Somehow I can imagine images of a woman in white with long hair in the second floor room. Now this dream could be linked to the fact I was scared and all, and it's just in my mind doing that and not the ghost showing me. In the morning my mom asked what I was doing down there, and I told her what happened. And when she told me, she and my cousin experienced it as well. Apparently on the first day when my cousin first arrived, hours after we checked in, she immediately felt the presence on the second floor. She said while I was out surfing, she was alone in the room. She saw a woman in white at the corner of her eye. She then started praying and asked the ghost in Indonesian to leave her alone. My mother's experience, she said, she was walking upstairs to grab clothes for my suitcase. she saw a black figure dart across the door to the second floor. It was also her first time entering the second floor, and she felt the presence too. After she took her clothes, she went back down the stairs without closing the door, and while walking down, she said she felt someone push her. It was a light push, she said, and it felt like someone used 2 fingers on one shoulder blade. She said she grabbed onto the railing and looked back and saw the same black figure dart across the floor. She then explained when I locked myself in the room after the fight, they were worried I would have encountered the spirit, since they were afraid it was an evil one, because it did try to push my mom down the stairs. I've all seen my dead grandmother before, which leads them to think I have a third eye, which makes them even more worried because the shock from seeing a ghost could lead me to faint or something. So that same morning, I obviously had to go back up with my mom this time to go get my luggage and all the other electronics I left. And she opened the cabinet and heard a thud from in there. And there's nothing in there. No fridge, no items that could have fallen over that caused the sound. Also, the TV was suddenly off to the left, with it on. Could have been on a timer, though. The Bible and Quran on the vanity that the hotel provided was facing in a different way. And probably some of my belongings were moved too, and I just didn't realize it. After we checked out, my mom revealed one more thing, that when we were taking the luggage that morning, she went to the second floor bedroom to take my toiletries for me, and she saw the figure itself clear as day. In a white dress, frizzy mid-length hair, and a wide smile on its face, standing at the corner of the bathtub. She said she kept quiet because we had to check out and didn't want to say anything to freak me out or delay our packing up process. And also, she won't give the ghost any attention at all. My mom said the ghost wasn't evil and was just cheeky and naughty. I don't know how she knew this, though. I obviously tried to do some research on this place, like where was this hotel built and built on, but nothing came up, no graveyard or anything. So I have no clue where this ghost even came from. How can I tell if a doll is haunted? For a little background, I'm an 18-year-old female, and I live with my 80-year-old great-grandmother. And as you can probably tell from the title, my great-great-grandmother, let's call her Nana for short, collect porcelain or glass dolls, whatever you want to call them. She picks them up at a thrift store. Every time she goes, it's just about the only thing she buys. As a result of this, she then winds up keeping them in old wicker laundry baskets and random places all around the house. One being the size of an atheist 7-year-old child. She goes by the name Anastasia. The rest don't really have names. Nana normally calls the others doll or some random name that she comes with that changes every time. Well, anyways, since she's been collecting these dolls, I've been getting feelings of dread and sadness, especially around the one called Anastasia. The feelings have gotten worse since my Nana has dropped and broke her foot, her hand, while moving her into the dining room about 3 months ago. Since then, when I leave my room at night and go past the living room or dining room, the feeling gets worse. I asked my Nana if she had felt it, and she said in good old-fashioned elderly talk, "I'm just imagining it, and I need to go pray to God." She said the same thing when I told her I saw white hands follow me into the bathroom one night. That's happened twice. What's finally made me decide to post this is my cat was looking at my window and doing a low growl while something was pecking at it. I've tried sage and salt, but it only made stuff worse. So, if anyone can help me with this, I would really appreciate it. I love the supernatural, and I have some more encounters from other family members I'll post later. And I'll add a picture of the dolls in the morning, since it's night where I live, and I don't want to leave my room. Saw a fairy. Am I alone? For about a month, I wandered out of the backwoods and by the river because, according to the book, fairies like to hang out around water and leave little notes written in the supposed language, along with other little gifts and offerings. I'd make them little leaf baskets, leave them candy or flowers, things like that. I even recited a chant. Yeah, I know. I think part of me knew it was silly and that I'd probably never get the results, but damn if I wasn't determined, so I kept on. At one point, my gifts and notes started disappearing from the bench I left them on. I figured it was wind or birds taking it, but a small part of me hoped it was something else. A month of this nonsense, and I was getting very discouraged. I decided to leave a few more gifts for them, and this time I weighed them down with small rocks so they wouldn't blow away, and I'd know for sure. A day went by, and my gifts were still there. Another day, same thing. Then on the third day of checking, I found the gifts gone, but the rocks still there. Only the rocks moved around. I don't remember how soon after that this happened, but eventually, I got what I had wanted. I wandered out into the woods and saw by the river 2 monarch butterflies. They were very large, and I wanted to see them up close. However, one landed on the bench close to the path where I was standing, and I noticed this butterfly had limbs, tiny, thin, pale limbs, hands and feet. I stopped dead in my tracks and looked hard to make sure I wasn't hallucinating. It was broad daylight, and I could see very clearly. It wasn't a butterfly, it was a fairy. She had long, thin brown hair that went down past her feet, and a blue dress that looked like a small scrap of fabric. But what terrified me above all else was her face. Her eyes were giant black bug alien-like eyes, but she definitely had a face, and she definitely saw me. I didn't even try to go look at the other one because I ran. I was so scared that I bolted home and locked my door. After freaking out and keeping an eye on the backyard, the backwoods, through the window, I went back. No surprise, they were gone, and I never saw them again. Despite me trying over and over again, my gifts were never taken. I felt sad and stupid because I felt like I ruined my chance to have fairy friends. But knowing what I do now, it was probably a blessing they left me alone. What do you guys think? Has anyone else ever seen a fairy? And did they look like this? I just need to find someone else who has seen what I've seen. It's something I'll never forget. I remember her so clearly I could draw her. Ghost on the Intercom. Some context. When I was in my early teens, I believe I was followed by the spirit of a young girl. I believe she inhabited one of my porcelain dolls my grandmother had given me. Often I'd see her in dreams or feel her presence. I can't explain it, but I feel like she may have been the ghost in this particular story. My parents used to live in a big 3-story house that had an old built-in intercom. There were speakers in every room of the house, minus the bathrooms. And even though it was old, we still liked playing around with it every now and then. You'd have to have the speaker turned on and turn the volume all the way up, usually to even hear anything clearly. You also have to physically push a button to speak into it. Once in a while, the intercom would come on by itself and play something on the radio. I found this spooky, but my mom brushed it off, as the past owner having set an alarm via the intercom, so that the radio would come on during certain times. We didn't know how to reprogram it. Hard as my stepdad tried, and my parents were tired of often getting woken up at 3 a.m. by the radio randomly coming on through the intercom into their room. So we decided to just not use it anymore and turned off all the intercoms. with the volume all the way down, just as an extra measure. One night I was chatting online with my friends on the computer, and I hadn't noticed the time was around 3 a.m. Suddenly, the intercom came on in my room at full blast. It was horribly loud and static coming through. I jumped up to shut it off, but as I reached for the volume dial, I saw it was already at 0 or off. I didn't know how to make the noise stop. Then through the static, I faintly heard what sounded like someone breathing. And then I heard the voice of a little girl. She said, "When will you come to your senses?" And then just as fast as it had came on, the intercom shut off. Silence. I was frozen with fear. Being a teen, I jumped back on the computer to tell my friends what had happened, and they said, "Get out of that house." I had to go tell my parents. The hallway was pitch black, and I had to go all the way down a big staircase in the dark to their room. I held my breath and flung my door open, sprinting down the stairs, crying from how scared I was. I banged loudly on my parents' door, and I heard my mom yelp. She opened the door, and I ran in to tell them what had happened. They were more upset I woke them up. My mom told me it was probably just a commercial on the radio or something. I mentioned how my intercom had been turned off with the volume down to 0, and also what kind of commercial would say something like that. Seeing as it was so late, she didn't feel like trying to rationalize it. I was sent back up to bed, and if you guessed, I didn't sleep that night, you'd be correct. This one still confuses me as to how and what. My dad enjoyed night fishing, so I'd go out with him at times on a lake to fish. He'd bring the boat out and paddle it around at different spots to try to catch fish. We had arrived around dusk, so there was still some light, and we remained out there well into the night. This is where it got spooky for me, especially since I hate the dark. I grew nothing but bored of the trip and just started looking about and messing with his binoculars. This is where I noticed the bright orbs appear far out in the distance, yet seemingly at two far corners of the lake. The issue was that they looked far too bright and close to the land to be stars. I pointed them out to my dad, who was just perplexed by it. Time seemed to just continue to pass, as the two orbs just never grew or shrank. Then I noticed things flying directly overhead, from left to right over the lake. The one I swear was those pointed light patterns, similar to the Phoenix lights. Oddly enough, it later flew back across the right to the left in the same pattern. Same lights. Now the weird part, the orbs of bright light suddenly moved after what seemed like hours of sitting in the distance, flying directly over our small boat. Only they weren't balls of lights or UFOs, but rather seemed to be airplanes. The first flew over, then sometime in a second. Now the entire odd thing was that both flew directly over our boat. The other odd thing was neither made a noise until they were directly above us. Before that, they were just bright balls of light, and only when directly above us did they sound and look like planes. I only live about 20 minutes from a small airport and around 40 minutes from a major one. I hear and see planes all the time. I can even see the light from the local airport's light tower at night from my development. This was nothing like that, and what makes it all odder was the area we were in where my father grew up and claimed to see many UFO sightings as a child. A second short story. The house next to my father's while he was a child had a stable with horses in it. One night the horses were going absolutely nuts, full-on panic mode basically. My father, his brother, and their mother went out to investigate with either a lantern or a flashlight. I can't recall the specifics on that. Either way, sure enough, there was a bright light being cast down into the stable from what appeared to be a ship. It hovered there silently, just emitting this bright light while the horses were freaking out. They shined the light onto the object, which caused it to actually drift toward them. And when they removed it, it went back to staying above the stable. More. My mom was on a return trip from Disney World when, I guess, somewhat famous UFO sightings happened around the New York Taconic back in the 80s. The only memory she has of it, however, is that there were cars parked all down the Taconic, with people out looking at the object, and her father refused to pull over. More stories? My father, like many other people used to, we'd go out and explore with their friends, or without. There were loads of old abandoned houses near him in the woods and up on the hills, so they'd go in and find old albums and Playboys. One trip, in the middle of the day, he had climbed up a small face of a cliff by pulling himself directly on to check out one of the houses. Sometime later, nearing dark, he began his descent and was going back at the same cliff and edge. He began to lower himself down when he happened to look up. Only right where he had just been was now a large, hairy creature. I want to say reddish hair. And it just looked down at him. He said he never ran so fast and so hard until he got home and darted right inside. I don't think he ever went back. I've got two events in my life that I find really creepy. One slightly creepier than the other, so I'll take that one first. My family has the opportunity to see the world a lot, fly to different countries and experience things most haven't, which is really nice. One time we flew out to the Dominican Republic, beautiful island split in two. One side is called Haiti, and the other one is the Republic. We went on a truck safari to see the natives who lived there. One of the guides came up to us personally and talked to my dad, quite worried in his tone. I wasn't so good at English at the time because I was quite young, so I really didn't understand. But he kept pointing at me and doing a gesture on his hair. My dad just shook his head and looked calm. Anyways, the tour carried on, and the guide kept peeking back at us, looking extremely nervous. We stopped at an old village. They were really nice, offered us fruit and water. The guide once again pulled my father aside and talked. As this happened, this really, really old lady came waddling from a small hut. She looked amazed at me. You know how a grandmother looks at its grandchildren the first time they see them? She came up to me and started brushing my hair with her fingers. I didn't think much of it at the moment. I had this glowingly blonde hair when I was little. Dad was blonde long into his 20s before it started going brownish. The thing is, after that day, my hair started to go rat-colored-ish, shifting tones in a matter of weeks. To the natives, blonde hair was synonymous with gods and immortals. It was looked upon and praised. I don't really believe so much in witchcraft, but that event really sent shivers down my spine. Second event, though, as I said, we were fortunate enough to travel a lot. Dad had managed to get us a 2-week trip to Thailand for a really good price. Dad had, and still is, quite the businessman, always eager to get a bargain, so we didn't have to spend too much on anything. We were going to take both the east and west side of the country, 1 week each. So the last week on the east side is running out. Dad makes his calls to the guy he was going to hire for the bus trip over. He knew the guy from work, so he's going to cost him less, of course. Cheap bastard. But the guy ends up a no-show. He gives us another number to call, and it's all fine and dandy. Dad arranges the trip, calls the hotel. The night before the trip, Dad gets the call that the guy is sick, and his fill-in is sick as well, unable to make the drive. My dad is furious at this point, cancels the other hotel, and demands another week at the one we're staying at this moment. The day later, everyone's in shock. The breakfast room is completely silent. Some people are in tears. Others try frantically to contact their loved ones to tell them they're okay. December 26, 2004 was the date, for those who don't know. The hotel we would have been in was completely leveled. I doubt we would be alive if we weren't so lucky. Probably gonna get buried, but oh well. About a year ago, my husband, then fiance, moved into our first apartment together. It was about 400 square feet, and it had one bathroom, one bedroom, a small kitchen, and an open living room. Our first month there, I get off a double shift at work, and I decided to take a long bubble bath. I get in the tub and kind of zone out, and when I snap out of it, I see a foot-long burgundy hair stuck in the shower wall. I have naturally light blonde hair, so it's not mine. It's definitely not my husband's, and no one else has showered in our bathroom. I immediately freak out, and my husband is just laughing the whole time because he hadn't done anything, yet he was still caught red-handed. I brushed it off, and we quickly forgot about it until 6 months later, when my younger sister decided to stay the night with me. We hung out all night, and she crashed on the couch while me and my husband slept in her bedroom. The next morning, I wake up at about 11 a.m. We decide to take a shower where, lo and behold, I find another foot-long burgundy hair. When I get out of the shower, my sister says, "Why did you take 2 showers this morning?" Shocked, I told her that I hadn't, and I'd only just taken the one I had just stepped out of. She replied, "Well, did your husband take one? Because I heard the shower going at about 8 this morning." I told her that my husband was still asleep, and we were both thoroughly freaked out. I woke my husband up and told him about the hair in the shower as well as my sister's story, and he laughed and told us to quit being paranoid. We had nothing else happen, and we moved out not too long after. When I was in middle school, I was spending my friend's birthday weekend at her grandparents' house, as I had done a million times before. For a bit more context, her house is outside of the city, in the far country. The only other house was her great-grandmother's, on the same property, a few yards away. The other side of the house was close to the tree line, and her backyard was huge, and at the end was nothing but dense forest. It could be really creepy at times. So the first night is her party, and a bunch of us stayed over. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. It was just standard eating junk food, staying up till we were laughing hysterically, and watching movies like all 13-year-old kids usually do. The second night is when it gets weird. When I was the only one staying the night again, it was about 3 a.m., and I dragged the lazy boy chair to the middle of the living room and was curled up in a blanket watching Family Guy. She had passed out on the floor a couple feet in front of me. All was well when I heard what sounded like a knock on her front window. My eyes shot over to the curtains, but they were closed so I couldn't see. I debated getting up to look, but something told me that was the last thing that I wanted to do. I waited a bit to see if I could hear it again, and started to relax when I didn't hear it again. Then, as clear as day, there was the knocking again, but a bit more fast-paced, or frantic, if you will. By this point, I freaked and covered my head with the blanket, praying it would stop. They banged a bit harder on the window, and I jumped out of my chair, started shaking my friend and screaming that someone was trying to get in. She woke up and I made her listen, but of course it stopped. so I forced her to stay awake and told her somebody was knocking at the window. Her response was, maybe it's my uncle, coming from my great-grandmother's to try to scare us. But didn't mention it again after I said it at 3 a.m. I laid back down, but beside her this time, and we listened. Just as she was falling asleep, I was still wide awake. The knocking started at the front door right beside us, and whoever started jiggling the knob and banging at the same time. We both flipped and ran upstairs to her grandparents' room. Her grandfather was out of bed so fast when we said someone was trying to get in. He ran outside through the back door where the knocking had moved to, while we were hysterically trying to explain what we heard. In nothing but his t-shirt and underwear in the middle of winter, he did a full check of the house. We heard him come back in and listened as he checked and locked every door and window as he went through the house. He came back in and told us that we were sleeping in their room with them that night, and he dragged the air mattress in from the living room. By this point, we were scared shitless and had to ask him who it was. He told us he just didn't find anything, no footprints, handprints, and nobody was around. There was basically no sign that anyone had been around at all. This was the first and only time we experienced anything like that at her house. Thinking back to it, it still gives me the heebie-jeebies like nothing else. Also, sorry if the formatting is a bit fucked and the spelling of some words. I'm on mobile and it comes to correct. And yes, it is very hard to read naturally. I have a few, and I'll share some of them. 1. My 2 older brothers, my dad and mom, were woken up on separate occasions by a disembodied woman's voice. She was sounding like my mom and called each person by their name, followed by, "It's time to wake up," at extremely odd times. My sister and I heard her while fully awake. My sister had headphones on at the computer, but no music. I was trying to sleep on the sofa bed when I heard a gasp and then my name in a loud whisper. We turned to each other and we were really confused, thinking we called on each other. The day my dad heard the voice, he was asleep on the couch, and I was listening to music on the same desktop computer headphones. I saw him wake up and go into the kitchen. My mom was there and told him to go back to sleep because she didn't wake him up. She was woken up on a non-work day and told it was time to go to work. That time, the voice was distinct and didn't sound like her. She said it sounded like an older woman. Nobody ever wakes my mom up because she had an alarm clock. She would normally wake us up for school or work. 2. Once my grandfather gave us an old antique school desk. We walked into the house after a family dinner at a buffet. One of my brothers and sisters saw a white human figure, like a mummy or ninja, leap into the air and dive under the desk. I saw it from the corner of my eye as I was taking off my coat. It was as if someone was scared to be seen. My brother was freaking out and grabbed a baseball bat and was looking around, but it disappeared. 3. Doorknob twisted and doorknob opened once while my sister and little brother playing with toys in my mom's room. Nobody behind the door. 4. Another time our parents weren't home. It was me, my sister, and little brother downstairs playing. We heard a woman scream upstairs loudly. We all grabbed baseball bats or large toys and tiptoed upstairs. We ultimately ended up backing off and just laughing about it. 5. Not sure 100% on this, if it's paranormal or something was wrong with my ears. One time my sister and I were getting ready for a Christmas Eve tradition to go to my grandparents' house. We were conversating. I was about 8 years old. The topic was normal and positive. I think we were talking about past family parties. I then randomly hear what sounds like her burst out crying and say, "It's all wrong." So my heart stopped and I looked over at her and she was still having normal conversation. She stopped and said, "What?" because I was looking at her in shock since I thought she burst into tears. I felt intense fear and dread after that. 6. I was playing with 3 balloons after a birthday party near the stairs. Little brother was staring up at the upstairs in horror. He was about 4 years old and I was 6. He then ran away screaming and crying because he saw a man in an elephant costume head at the top of the stairs. I made fun of him and told him that he was seeing things. Then shortly after bullying him and my mom consoling him in the kitchen, I walked back towards the stairs and all 3 balloons somehow flew straight up the stairs in a perfect line, and each one popped one at a time. The popped balloons somehow all landed in front of me at the bottom step. None of it made sense. I didn't look up the stairs. I was too young and I didn't think of anything, except that it was weird and impossible. I didn't believe in ghosts. My 2 older brothers also have a terrifying story of seeing people in Halloween costumes when they were little. I can't tell that story on here though. 7. That same antique desk was moved into my mom's room. There were no more white figures or anything abnormal happening, but because it was old, it would randomly make creaking noises, and having a big family in a small house, my sister and I shared this room with Mom. So it's years later, and I was a teen. There were several times when I was sleeping in the room and heard a rock being tossed onto the wall. Only happened when I slept on the opposite end of the room, across from the desk. I never could figure it out, but always had the need to look at the desk as if the desk threw a rock. There would also be no rock on the floor whenever I checked, just the sound. And this happened a lot. 8. This is the most recent and weirdest. Family vacation, excluding oldest brother. My dad passed away. I saw what may have been my brother's doppelganger upstairs at vacation home we rented. He was actually downstairs with entirely different clothes. I didn't see the face because he walked into the doorway as I was putting on makeup in the mirror and quickly spun around as I thought I was getting undressed. Then I was going toward the stairs and saw him standing in the room across from me. He had his back turned to me and was looking up at the ceiling with palms facing forward. Looked like he was either waiting for the rapture or just admiring the room. Never saw his face and just assumed it was my brother acting incredibly strange. I went straight downstairs to find out my brothers were downstairs, and nobody had a black short-sleeve hoodie and vest on. Also, that room was my younger brother's. So what in the heck was the older one doing there? He and his wife had a room downstairs. He just resembled the older brother. Another day, same vacation, I was lounging on this couch on the loft. I was covering my eyes with my forearm because I was too lazy to turn off the lamp. I looked at it and then covered my eyes again. I then heard it switch off by itself. The bulb didn't burn out. Another day, a wall photo in my older brother's room was on the floor all busted up when we got back from dinner. He and his wife investigated it and said it was weird because the windows were closed and there were no fans on. Someone would have had to lift it and throw it. Sister and Mom also claimed they heard footsteps on the loft when no one was there. Another day, I briefly saw someone walk into the upstairs bathroom and close the door. I had to go, so I went downstairs to the other bathroom. Once again, I find everyone was downstairs, but that bathroom occupied too. I told everyone my younger brother was in the upstairs bathroom, but stood corrected when they told me he was in this one, and he indeed walked out. Okay, so this is going to be a long one. I've never publicly shared this, just told a few friends about it over the years. But this is one that my boyfriend and I really don't talk about much because it's absolutely unbelievable, even for us still. So, Here goes, I guess. To anyone that reads this and doesn't believe it, please don't feel the need to tell me. I lived it and still have a hard time believing that it even happened. I went to a concert with some friends one night. I believe it was early sometime around January 2016. We all had a really good time, nothing out of the ordinary. Once we came back, one of the people we'd gone with started passing out crystals and stones and stuff to look at. This dude brought out this amethyst crystal that was over like 300 years old, and it was passed down in his family for generations. Really awesome stuff. I don't know what the hell happened next, but one of the girls grabbed the amethyst to look at it, and as soon as it met her fingers, her entire facial expression changed. Her eyes were like black, super dilated, wild. She started sneering at all of us and talking like backwards. 2 people had to leave because they couldn't stop throwing up almost instantaneously after her demeanor changed. She stood up and started saying weird stuff. We almost thought it was a possession case, but she seemed very aware the entire time. She started talking about how someone in the group was cheating on her with another girl who was there, in the room with us. The whole thing got super awkward and honestly terrifying. Things were moving around the house, doors were slamming by themselves. She seemed to be the person who was making it happen, but it seemed paranormal. A few of us eventually moved to another room to talk about some stuff. As we were all trying to figure out what to do, one of our friends, the one I'd mentioned earlier, who was apparently cheating on her, said that they had thought the girl was crazy, and just as she said this, a huge chunk of ice or icicles fell from the top of our roof directly onto the top of his windshield, shattering it. Once things died down for the night, we were all about to try to sleep. Come to find out, we're supposed to share a room with this girl. Nope. We sat awake upstairs on the 2nd floor. She was on the 1st floor, and heard a ton of weird noises coming from her downstairs. Metal scraping, fingers tapping on the table, hysterical crying, and then immediate laughter. And then something completely different. We thought everything was over. Maybe she had fallen asleep. My boyfriend pulls up his Facebook account to check to see if any of our friends had posted anything about the crazy night. The first post on his news feed was a post from her, from 5 minutes earlier. It read, "Congratulations, you've awoken the dragon." While reading those words, we literally hear the words like a big fucking ass reptile, like a croc or something, walking up the stairs. Like there are heavy, padded, rough footsteps, stepping side by side, slowly up the stairs. I cannot explain to this day, and I have chills writing this. This girl played some damn Jedi mind tricks on us, I swear. The thing that creeped us out even more about the dragon thing was that she literally carried around a little stuffed lizard toy that she named Jerry Garcia, after the singer. Go figure. We muddled up the courage to peer over the side of the staircase, as the thing was just about to hit the top 2 steps, and there was nothing, absolutely nothing. We felt completely insane. We stayed in that spot and didn't move for the rest of the night. Eventually, the downstairs noises ended as well, and everything was silent. We crept downstairs after we felt that we were safe to do so. Whether it was a paranormal experience, some black voodoo magic, or just dealing with someone completely off their rocker, we didn't know. All we knew was that we were terrified and didn't feel safe that night. When we finally got back downstairs and looked at everything, it was weird. The girl was gone. All the cabinets were open. All of the doors, including the basement and outside front door, were all open. Which could have been terrible because we had 3 indoor cats at the time. We also found a bunch of weird memorabilia and relics in the basement a while after. I left some bits and pieces out because I'd literally be writing this for hours if I told the entire story from beginning to end. There are just a few main highlights, and the things I can remember super vividly. As if this just happened a few days ago anyway. This event was over the course of an entire night, not just a few hours, and there was so much that happened. It was also about 6 years ago now, so the timeline leading up to all this scary shit, it's a little bit hazy these days. Thanks to whoever decided to read this whole thing. Sorry if it's hard to follow. I don't really like reliving the event because it honestly brings back some really unsettling feelings. If anyone has ever been through something similar, or has heard any people go through something like this, please tell me. First, sorry for the bad English, as it's not my main language. My story starts in my original country of Sudan, an African country. I go there every summer with my family, and my father would make me work in his farm to learn how he was living before he left to go to the country. So after a long day working, I return to the village, and it's about an hour and a half ride on the donkey. And after resting and chatting with my friends, I wanted to check my phone and see if I had any new messages. But I find I didn't have any. So I searched in the village. I realized that I'd forgot it on the farm, so I take the donkey and go to the farm in the night. The way between the village and the farm is a desert, and there's no building or anyone out there. In the middle of the road, I feel the start of a sandstorm, like a strong wind and sand smell, and decided to continue to the farm. Suddenly, the donkey stopped moving and began to make fear sounds and started kicking and jumping. I thought that maybe there was a snake or a wolf, but I couldn't see anything. Because of the sandstorm, the donkey's jumping and I fall from his back, and the donkey ran away. So in the middle of the desert with no light and a sandstorm, I was in a bad situation. I saw a light far away, and I think it must be from some desert people that will give me shelter till the sun came back. I went there, and after a long walk, I reached a house and knocked on the door. An old man opened the door, and I immediately felt weird about him, but just ignored, and I asked to stay with them until the day. He let me in and gave me food and sat down with me, and his son was there. His son didn't even look at me and just started eating when I heard the man saying, "Do not say it, do not say it." And as a Muslim, we say, Bismillah, before eating, which means in the name of God. So I said it, and just when I said it, the whole house vanished, and the food and the people, and I found myself in a ruined corral, in a ruined corral. And instead of the food, it was an old spike plant and some animal vassets. And the sandstorm stopped. I was so scared and ran to the farm without getting tired and found the donkey there. I took my phone and the donkey and went back to the village. Before I was born, my entire family and extended family, uncles, aunts, cousins, all went to the beach one day for a picnic in Pakistan. Now, I don't know the exact details. However, back in the day, the smugglers used to bring in the electronics from various countries to resell them via boats. And they would park the boats at the beach. Now, from what I've always been told, and I don't know how, if somebody does, please shed some light, as I'm always curious. They used to dig holes or something similar during the low tides, so when it was full, it would create sort of a vortex and some inward pressure. That would help keep the boat steady in that spot as they unloaded. However, once completed, they'd leave, leaving the hole in the ground. So back to the picnic. As everyone arrives, 20 plus people, the kids get out of the cars and run straight into the ocean. As they enter, they start getting sucked into that hole. One after another screams, and everyone is trying to save each other, and one after the other they keep going in. Eventually, 14 members of my family drowned and died there in a matter of minutes. It was an absolute catastrophe and extremely tragic. However, the haunting, the paranormal part of it comes next. Everyone used to live in a massive house all together. Think of 4 stories, huge-ass old-styled house. So now imagine all of a sudden 14 people gone, dead. It became extremely depressing and empty, that place. One of the floors was completely closed off as the entire family living there had died. After a few years, it became extremely common and frequent to hear kids playing on that floor. Or you'd hear, every other night, footsteps of someone walking in, putting on slippers and going upstairs. You could stand there and hear it clear as daylight. I recall a very clear incident. I was sitting on the ground floor lobby, a long hobby with doors on each side, with a mirror at the end and a swing in the middle next to the kitchen door. My mom was in the kitchen and I was sitting in the swing facing the mirror. As I see 2 kids peek out one of the rooms and then run into the adjacent room. I asked my mom if we had guests over, and she said no one is over. I explained why I asked. She pulled me to the kitchen and explained that day that it's common to see the kids, however not to engage them or go towards them, and to mind my own business. It became extremely common for us to spot these things as we lived there, but no harm was done. Once my tutor came home sitting in my room, and I'd always close the door to my room, and there were no distractions. Once he came about, and he was sitting facing the door, which I had left open as I was alone at home, he mentioned to me midway if I could close the door, as my family was walking around and it was a bit distracting. I told him no one is home, which he didn't believe, until I took him out and showed him around the whole house and floor. He absolutely freaked out and immediately left and stopped tutoring me unless I went to his place. I moved to Saudi Arabia after that and saw a lot of things growing up, but thankfully I'm not scared of such things or experiences, so I don't get freaked out. But I'd imagine most people would get really freaked out. When you live in the desert, you see things that you can't explain. It's creepy sometimes. So we bought a brick house back in 2012 and fixed up the inside, and the roofing was replaced. Well, nothing happened for a while in the home, but little things started happening, like the oven knob cutting itself off. Funny, because it never did it till then. To very strange basement sounds. One night while hanging out in the living room around 11:30 with my mom watching TV, one of her poodles she had named Cupid, for no reason, started growling into the kitchen, and nothing was in there. Then he started growling at the hallway door, then the door leading to the room in front of the hallway entrance. I picked him up to show him nothing was there. I walked him to the hallway. He flipped out, managed to jump from my arms, and ran back into the couch with my mother. We were visibly confused by what just took place. Many other things happened too. One time, my mother and one of my younger brothers were hanging out in the kitchen. One night while they were playing Sims 3 or 4 on her laptop, and they said they heard what sounded like a dog kennel scraping across the floor in the sunroom. And when they looked, nothing had been moved. One time I was laying in bed like 1 a.m., I'd say in the morning, laying there minding my own business, but was completely scared half to death when someone super loud bangs and they went off. What sounded like gunshots outside my window or in my room. I wasn't the only one who heard it either. My sister in the next room did, and she was shooken up by it. I threw my covers over my head in fear before I dared get up. Well, it just so happened that these very same really loud bangs happened again a few times. The second time I heard it, I think, the third time it woke everyone up, and my father actually scanned all the house and outside it with his pistol because he thought somebody was actually shot. Keep in mind, whatever this sound was, it sounded like a gunshot and it was loud, and he found nothing? With everyone in confusion and shooken up, I don't remember sleeping that night. And one night, my sister was in the kitchen and she found the chair in the middle of the room in the kitchen. She thought the boys got it and moved it, so she moved it back. Well, as she left the kitchen into the hallway, the chair started to move back across the kitchen, and she didn't care to run back in there. This happened a few more times with that chair, sometimes being knocked over. We'd hear sounds like footsteps coming up from the basement with no one there. It always felt like you were being watched, with no eyes. Our attic, we didn't know we had. You would hear sounds from it, but we passed it off as maybe rats or something. One time my oldest brother was over, and he was hanging out, and we all heard knocking coming from the ceiling light taps above. The basement lights would cut themselves off at random when they were on. One night I was laying in bed around maybe 11. I heard heavy boots come up to my bed and then leave. I first thought one of my brothers put on my boots. Then they were in the living room and my boots were in the room next to the closet, I believe, or maybe the sunroom. After a minute, I got up and asked who came into my room to check if I was asleep. They all looked confused and said no one has been. I was then met with a chilly feeling all over me. My sister's dog Molly would growl at her room closet many times, and it would freak my sister out. One time, me and my brother were playing Terraria on 360, minding our own business, having some fun, and her sister came up from her room and asked who knocked on her frame beside the door. We told her we haven't been in her room, which was pretty much confirmed by itself. That knock happened a few times again. Want to hear some crazy parts? Well, one of the beds that was in the place had light blood stains on one of the bed sheets, along with additional info the neighbors told us about the place. She said the man who owned the place had shot himself in the basement. They said it took him 3 or 4 shots to the head to actually kill him because they missed vital spots in the head, and the last shot did the trick. We were never told who the old man was, but he was a drunken, half-crazy man, and he killed himself in the basement. And the bangs we heard made more sense after hearing that. Though the old man's suicide was years after we bought the place, at the moment, this is all I can remember. I don't have a lot of memory to it, or my head it just maybe isn't letting me. You don't have to believe any of it, because I know what happened, and I never want to see that place again. It still runs through the back of our mind sometimes. When I first moved out of my parents' house, I lived in an old but recently renovated Annex building on a farm. I was the first person to live in this building. It was really old and looked like it could have been maybe an old pig shed. The farm was also really old, and there were remnants of an old priory about 50 meters from the farmhouse and an annex, which also had an old excavated graveyard. One of the skeletons is our local town museum, as it's the tallest man who ever lived in my local area. Weird stuff happened pretty much from the day I moved in. Orbs and photos, unexplained thumps and bangs, all the usual ghost stuff. The annex was really small, a tiny shower and a toilet. Then there's a tiny kitchen, then a living room, then a bedroom. Each room had its own door. One day I was in the shower, and when I got out and went to the kitchen, all the cupboards were open. Twice, I had opened a kitchen cupboard and had a glass and mug fly out, as in literally fly out and hit the wall behind me. If I ever fell asleep on the sofa in the living room, I would be woken up by a man's voice angrily shouting, "Hello!" at me. My TV would turn on in the night. My phone would randomly start playing music for no reason. I had my best friend stay over one day after we had both been out drinking. We were both hungover, and she went to my bed in the bedroom while I was zonked out on the sofa. She shouted at me, "For fuck's sake, stop walking around. Why can't you sit down?" And I was sitting down. I couldn't hear the footsteps, but she definitely could. I would also lose things in my bedroom all the time, jewelry and makeup. A new lady started at my workplace, and little did I know she's a bit psychic. I'd never spoken to her about where I live or the stuff that happened in my house all the time. But one day, totally out of the blue, she told me there's a woman who likes to come to my house and play. She really likes the teddy on my bedside table. Honest to God, there's no way she could have known this. She went on to say the woman is from a long time ago and has learning difficulties, and the monks used to look after her. At this point, my mind was totally and utterly blown, but she told me to buy her a teddy and put it next to my one bedside table. I was skeptical, but willing to give anything a go because I hated living there so much. I was so scared and freaked out so often, so I did, and everything stopped. Here's the thing. For my story, we need to go a bit into very localized Scottish folklore. So I went to a boarding school called Gordonstown in Scotland. The school is built in what used to be the residence of the Gordon family. We were lesser Scottish nobles. Most famously, there is a man named Sir Robert Gordon, a third baronet, who was referred to as the Wizard of Gordon. He had an interest in alchemy and the occult. He built a round building known as Round Square, where local folk from Elgin and Doofus believed he conducted his magical experiments. They said he sold his soul to the devil and built a round building so that the devil couldn't hide around the corners. One night, a devil came to claim his soul, and he trapped it in stone at the center of the square. Eventually, the devil came on Hallows Eve and took his soul, and the wizard was no more. Anyway, when I was boarding my school in the house in the round square, we lived in the literal round house where Robert Gordon supposedly trapped a devil in stone at the center of it. On Halloween night, me and my floor mates went to the school dance. On our way back, we were talking about the legend of the wizard. So legend has it that if you took the rock that sat on top of the stone in the center of the square and knocked 3 times, the devil in it would come out. So we decided to see who's brave enough to do it. Not because we thought the devil would come out, but because if you walked in the grass at the center of the square, the seniors would beat the shit out of you. Weird tradition. Anyway, I was the dumbass who decided to knock on the stone, and nothing happened. So I ran back before any seniors could see me, and we all hung out and chatted. We had some sweets, and we went to bed. Around 3 a.m, I woke up, and I was completely paralyzed. I could only move my eyes, and I saw on the floor of my room something crawling up to me, moving ever so slowly towards me, slowly making its way to my bed, climbing on the stairs at the foot and crawling on top of me. I could feel its weight on my legs, then my chest blowing all the air out of my lungs, creeping all the way to my face, where I could smell its breath and see only that it was a mouth without a face. I could see its teeth. I wanted to yell, but I couldn't. I couldn't even breathe. I was suffocating. Then suddenly I felt a rush of air sweep my lungs, and I yelled to wake up my roommate. As soon as I let out the sound, the thing was gone. This coming from me won't sound really thrilling or believable because I was not directly impacted in these stories, but these 2 stories that I have, they actually convinced me that there is something that is still unknown to us. I'm an atheist, but remembering these conversations never failed to give me chills. Even now as I'm typing, I'm getting goosebumps. Story 1. When I was a kid, must be like 10 or 12 or something, I had this guy, P, in my neighborhood, 4 years older than me. We used to play together, and he would tell us these stories about how he used to see fire in certain areas of his house, and the visuals stopped when his grandfather got some holy rituals done in the house. But back then, I never really believed him. A few years later, we were all grown up and adults, and P's mom accidentally caught fire in the kitchen. P's elder brother tried to save her, got his hands burned in the process. No one knows how it happened. And after being in the hospital for 2 or 3 days, she succumbed to her injuries. And at that time, we didn't have those childhood stories in our recollection. And then later that year, we all friends were just having a late night walk and talking about ghost stories, just joking around trying to scare each other. And P was all quiet and listening. And all of a sudden he says, "Do you remember I told you I used to see fire in my house? See how my mom died?" Story 2. Same neighborhood. There's another friend of mine, T. T's dad was an alcoholic, and you can imagine all the bad things that alcoholism comes with to exist in T's life. They were extremely poor. He's doing great now because he's super dedicated and very humble. But then his dad got diagnosed with tuberculosis. He was hospitalized and things were bad. Now in the apartment below T's apartment, there lives a family who has this mentally challenged man in his late 40s or early 50s. He's not married. Family because we have a culture of joint families, and he rarely steps out of the house. So one morning around 5 a.m., while T's father was hospitalized, this old man knocks on T's door. T opened the door, and the man said, "Why aren't you ready yet? Go get ready and visit your dad for the last time." That was the day T's father died in the hospital. And he later told me about the incident. Both these stories are so convincing to me because I know these guys, and I don't think they would lie about something relating to losing their parent. Welcome to the chilling realm of Paranormal M. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and enable notifications so you don't miss out on any of our mysterious tales. We hope you have a thrilling time listening. Moved around in space. Maybe this isn't the place for this, but it just happened and I'm kind of freaked out. I just arrived at work 30 minutes ago, and I had 2 things happen. For background, I work at a lab at my college. First, I walked into work, nothing weird, till I got in the elevator and went up to the 4th floor. The elevator rose, but for some reason, passed the 6th floor. Not weird, because this elevator is sort of a piece of junk. I think, whatever, I hit the 4th floor again and wait. It again goes to the 1st. I tried twice more the next time, again, went straight to the 6th floor. And back to the 1st. I get out planning to go tell the administrator's office that the elevator's on the fritz again, but lo and behold, my coworker. I say hi and mention the elevator's busted. They ask how so. I proceed to tell them how it went up and down from 6 for about the last 5, maybe 7 minutes. They give me a weird look and clarify that I'd just been in there. I confirm before she tells me she just used the elevator, the same elevator I was on, but no one was in there. That was unsurprisingly really weird. But I have things to do, so I say goodbye after we discuss it for a moment, and tell the administration, then go back to the elevator and try again to go to the 4th floor, this time successfully. I get out and put my stuff in the work area, then decide to go to the restroom. I stepped into the bathroom and was quickly confused. You see, each bathroom has different colored tiles. The 4th floor bathroom is blue tiles. The 1st has white, the 6th has yellow. Well, when I come in, the tiles are yellow. I brush it off, thinking I'm remembering the tiles wrong. I do my business and leave. But to my absolute confusion, I was on the 6th floor. I go back down to the 4th and my stuff is still there. I was immensely confused and ended up going to my boss. I have them do a concussion check on me. I'd slipped on ice earlier, but I thought maybe I hit my head and didn't realize. But from what I could tell, I was fine. I told her what was going on, but neither of us has any idea what the hell is going on. That was it though. I went about my business with no other weird things happening, and with no explanation. My grandma allowed a renter to bury his wife on our property. So 2 years ago, my husband and I moved into one of my maternal grandma's rental properties due to his health, and our place hasn't been big enough. I grew up visiting the properties with them, and the one we moved into was my favorite. 4-bed, 2-bath home with 2 living rooms and plenty of space. We originally let my dad have the entire upstairs as he couldn't manage stairs. So my husband and I had the basement. For the first few weeks, it was normal. Then I went on a business trip, and while my husband was home with my dad, he told me there were some thumps around the house at night. Whatever, it's not bugging us, so he wrote it off. I get home and he's right. At night, stuff will move, maybe you'll hear light thumps. About 2 months ago, we were laying in our bed, and I started in on the conversation of having a baby. We've been waiting purely until my dad was better and my health as well. We suddenly heard something drop in our living room, so I went to check because I'd been standing. Well, I get out there and hear my husband yelp in fright. I walk back and asking what the hell he's crying about, because I had to go investigate, not him. And he's pale, pure white. He's staring at the ground. And I look and it's a little metal iron decoration I'd hung on the wall. He tells me the decoration he himself had bolted to the wall when we moved had flown off of the wall at him. We decided to say some prayers and tell who or whatever was there that it was not allowed in our home. We slept super restlessly and both had dreams about babies. Next day, I asked my grandma if she could think of anything, and she shrugged me off. My mom ended up pulling me aside after lunch and explained Grandma won't tell anyone because she's embarrassed, but she let an old renter bury his first wife's ashes in our yard under the big oak tree. Apparently, they never had kids because she couldn't. I felt so sad for her. She was probably so sad too. My sister is a medium, a part of the paranormal investigation group, and has them come out and do a cleansing. My sister told me the ghost woman Lydia, I did look it up after and she really was his wife, has apparently acted in a moment of jealousy or anger. She now felt bad about her actions. I've heard some rustling in the basement since we ended up moving upstairs when my dad moved out. If she's still down there, she doesn't bug us upstairs. We're planning to start trying for a baby soon, so if things start back up or change, I'll let everyone know. I've told mine several times. I'll repost the most recent write-up here. This scared me more than anything else I've ever experienced. Other people experienced it with me, and we never actually saw anything. In high school, I acquired a bad habit of tipping porta potties. I thought it was really funny. I went to school with a guy who was a teller of tall tales. He'd claimed to be true, like saying he was apprenticed to some modern-day druids, or that he could see demons. Always things he thought made him seem more awesome. When I told him some friends about tipping porta potties, I said that for maximum effect, I'd set them back upright in hopes that, rather than steering clear, someone would actually walk up, open the door, and witness the horrors inside. This guy said, "Oh, that's nothing. I like to light the plastic on fire and burn them down." Well, of course, we didn't believe him. So he told us we could go out that night and see the remains of one that he'd done. We, 4 or 5 people, I forget, this was 19 years ago, squeezed into a car armed with flashlights, and drove out into the place. It was kind of out in the boonies. There was a sharp elbow in the 2-lane road, off which a gravel driveway went way back into the woods, opening into a rather large parking area for some big hiking trails. It was mostly pitch black out there. There were no other cars, and I'm fairly certain there were no other people there too. We never heard any noises that we didn't make. We walked around a gate, took a left, and headed up the trail. The porta-john had been maybe 20 or 30 feet up, and we later saw the carnage by day and learned that he really did burn them down, but we never got there that night. About halfway up, we stopped walking. Someone said, "Do you feel that?" And we all bolted, piled into the car, and hauled ass. After talking, we all agreed on what we'd felt. It hit very suddenly, and it felt like an overwhelming, undiluted, pure fear and dread, like facing oncoming death. I really can't even guess what could have caused it, but I don't think there were any other people out there. We were noisy enough that if there was a cougar or a bear in the vicinity, they do exist out there in that forest, it was probably staying away from us. Maybe it was a person or an animal, but whatever it was, we never saw or heard it. But this was maybe we should leave feeling. It wasn't a choice. It felt like run or die. I've been out there again at night, but didn't go up to the trail and didn't feel anything. I've had a few other possibly paranormal experiences, and some of them were scary, but nothing else has ever been like that was. People have said, if a little voice tells you there's danger, listen to it, and I completely agree. My Brother's Haunting, a true story. My name is Mike. Before I tell my story, I'd like to let you guys know that I'm not a man of religion. From my point of view, every video, photograph, or audio recording has a logical explanation. The reason I keep my interest in the paranormal is because of the strange things I've experienced in my childhood. Things that have recently seeped its way back into my life. It's hard to believe in coincidence, but it's even harder to believe in anything else. John Green. I started out the first 3 years of my life homeless. It was just me, my brother, and my mom. My parents split up right after I was born, and neither of them could afford a house by themselves. My dad lived in his car, and my mom lived in various places for a while. Cheap holiday resorts that would help families in need, relatives, and shelters would be our go-to. My mom always made sure that my brother and I never realized the situation that we were in. "We're on a holiday," she would tell us. In the Netherlands, it wasn't too weird that homeless families would stay in places like center parks outside of the holiday season. I only found out about the whole thing when she opened up about it many years later. After 3 years, my mom was assigned a flat in Rotterdam. It wasn't much, but we called it home. My dad had a place for himself, and we started spending some time with him again. My mom hated the idea, but he was still our dad. We would see him on the weekends, and we were living with our moms for the rest of the time. From that point on, it was a pretty normal life. Birthdays, game nights, play dates with other kids, life was good. After a while, my mom started having trouble sleeping. She would sit on the couch in the middle of the night, staring into blank space. One night, I got out of bed with some water, and she was standing in the middle of the hallway, motionless. She looked at my direction. It was the first time I was overcome with fear because of her behavior. She would sometimes break down and think that people would come and take everything away again. I think the memories of her own childhood and years of being homeless with 2 kids finally got the better of her. It scared me at first, but eventually it was a normal routine. I would hear voices coming from the living room and a few sobs every now and again. It was heartbreaking. Fast forward 3 years. I was sleeping and something woke me up. I expected to hear my mom from the living room, but it was quiet. I tried to focus on the sound, and all I heard were all of a sudden a white shade shot from the bed and grabbed my throat. It was only for a moment, but it was enough to send me crying out of my room. Can you blame me? I'm a grown man now, but I think my reaction would be quite similar if it would happen to me tonight. My mom ran from her bedroom and held me in her arms. I cried that something was trying to hurt me. A good mother that she was, she told me that it was just a bad dream and that I could sleep in her bed that night so I could feel safe. I was scared shitless, but tired enough to fall asleep. The next day, my brother came into my mom's room and saw me laying there. He asked me, "Did it hurt you too?" We were really young, but I remember that sentence as if it was yesterday. In the following years, we would experience similar things. The idea that someone would hide in a corner, books would fall from the bookshelves. My mom being weird at night, it became normal for me, but my brother couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to live with my dad because he no longer felt safe at home. This destroyed my mother. Her nightly cries made a comeback, but this time, she wasn't in some trance. It was a hard time, but for some reason the activity seems to calm down. No longer did I feel watched at night. I can only describe the feeling as calm. Today went by and I would spend more time at my dad's place. I made some friends there and I had a stepbrother I got along quite well with. It wasn't long until I started to notice weird things happening. Lights would go on at night. TV would shut off and turn back on again a few minutes later. I told my brother about it because I thought he was messing with me. He said that whatever was haunting us in our old house followed him here. I laughed because I didn't believe in ghosts anymore. I was older now, and I started rationalizing a lot of things that happened in the past. My brother, on the other hand, didn't laugh with me. He told me that friends that stayed the night would go back home at night because they were scared. Some told my brother that they saw a face just a few inches from their own when they opened their eyes. Some would see a figure standing in the doorway. According to my brother, things got a lot worse when he left home. I asked his friends, and unfortunately, they confirmed it. I couldn't help but feel a little paranoid after that. It seemed that everywhere my brother would go, he would take this weird stuff with him. 8 years later, he finally got a serious relationship after he bought his first apartment. It could be unrelated, but I think he didn't want to live alone. It was the first time he didn't have anyone near, and given what he went through his whole life, I couldn't blame him. They soon had children and bought a nice family house together. As far as I know, he didn't experience any strange activity during the last 6 years. Unfortunately, bad news would strike him again, but this time it wouldn't be considered paranormal. In 2019, he was diagnosed with colorectal cancer. They caught it early, so he would have a piece of his colon removed. The entire second half of 2019 would be filled with fear, but we were hopeful. He had his surgery in February of 2020, and he was no longer in any real danger. I wanted to look him up, but life had another trick up its sleeve, a worldwide pandemic. I couldn't see him for months out of fear he would catch COVID-19. After the year he had, I wasn't taking any chances. Then came last week. I finally got to see my brother 5 months after his surgery. I wanted to keep the conversations light, but our good friend Johnny Walker had other plans. I asked him what it was like to be in the situation he was in. He told me he thought about death a lot. The chances of him dying were extremely small, but you never know if the disease had spread or not. He wondered if there was really an afterlife, what would happen to him when he died. We then started talking about all the things that happened in the past and came up with a lot of reasonable theories. How the white shade was something I hallucinated and my fear took my breath. My friend possibly heard stories and became paranoid when they were having a sleepover. Felt good to laugh about it. We eventually said our goodbyes, and I got in the car. I saw his arm waving in between the curtains while I drove off. This was funny to me because we always made fun of my dad and stepmother when they stand in front of their house waving us goodbye, like the end of some cheesy Christmas special. I texted him about it when I got home. "Did you really just wave me goodbye? He's starting to look like Dad." 5 minutes after my text, I got a call from my brother. He sounded a bit frightened over the phone when he asked what I meant. When he closed the door that night, his kid started crying. He went upstairs to calm him down right after I left. His voice sounded scared and desperate when he told me that he never waved me goodbye. The reasonable side of me tells me that this was a trick of the light, but deep down inside me, I'm having a different feeling. Was everything that we experienced as kids real? Did something really haunt my little brother wherever he went? Was this thing mocking me by waving me goodbye? I really wanted to get this off my chest. I just hope that this is nothing more than a series of coincidences. I was a bit hesitant to write my story here, but this gives me some comfort in a weird way. If anyone has ever had the same experiences with this, please let me know. I feel like I'm being watched again. Astral projection experience and a question for A peers. Around 2005, I had what I believe was an OBE astral projection experience. Let me preface this with this. I've been a lucid dreamer since I was a kid, and I know when I'm dreaming. This experience was not a dream. That said, let's get into it. On a November night, the skies were overcast where I lived at the time. The night in general was normal until after going to bed. I had gone to sleep early that night, and sometime later in the night, I came to an unfamiliar place. I was flying maybe 3 feet or a meter above what appeared to be a recently paved 2-lane road. The tarmac looked like it was only days old, and the lanes were crisp and new looking. I didn't have anything for reference of speed of how fast I was traveling down this winding road, other than the trees that was passing. Trees densely bracketed either side of the road in a never-ending amount of numbers. Their leafless boughs reaching in an arching canopy over the road, but not reaching its center. I don't know what kind of trees they were. They resembled a cross between a poplar and an oak. Leafless, smooth gray bark, but they had a lot of spindly branches that started maybe 2 meters above the ground and reached out over the road like an arched corridor of a cathedral. The trees didn't reach all the way to the center, however, with a lane width of space between the numerous reaching branches, allowing me to see the sky, which was the deepest, darkest, purest of blue night sky I've ever seen. The moon dominated the dark sky, like an illuminated yet unseeing eye, and there was no one star visible, yet there were no clouds and the sky was clear. After a few minutes of getting over the awe of the situation and the fact I was flying down a road I didn't recognize, I realized I had no body and my feelings were limited. There was no anger or hate, no love or lust, no hot or cold, no pain, only a profound curiosity driving me onward. My vision was perfect, and I wasn't limited to a cone-shaped field of view in front of me. I could see in 360 degrees simultaneously, and it felt perfectly normal. And this is the part of my question I'll come back to later. I could focus my vision in a particular direction, but I was still aware of everything around me. Despite however good my vision was, I do not recall having heard anything. Not the whistle of wind through the boughs of the trees, or the rustle of grass on the forest floor to either side of the road. There was a perfect, impenetrable silence. At this point, I briefly panicked, asking the question in my mind, is my body safe? Immediately, I could simultaneously see everything as I flew down the road, and I could see myself from above sleeping peacefully in my bed, safe and sound. Satisfied, I returned my full attention to the road. I felt a profound curiosity and had a sense that if I just keep going, I would find the answers to any question I could ever ask at the end of the road. I also felt like, despite this place being maybe less than physical, it wasn't any place on Earth as we know it. And how and why of it, I do not know. And I was neither alarmed by this, nor did I question it. As if it were perfectly normal to be flying down a strange road I've never seen and without any physical form, like a psychic drone or ROV. After what was probably a total of 10 or 15 minutes, I randomly asked in my mind, "Where the hell am I?" Something heard me. My progress was immediately arrested, as if someone reached out a strong arm and blocked my path, halting me in my psychic tracks on the way to the astral cookie jar. It wasn't hostile, didn't harm me, nor did it communicate with me in any way other than having me have the feeling that I had just been caught somewhere I was not supposed to be. On my way to a place I had no earthly business being at that time in my life, and its job was to send me back. Immediately, whatever astral form I had was dismissed, and I opened my eyes, back in my body in my bed, wide awake, alert, not at all like I had just been asleep, but almost as if I had just gotten back from a quiet walk. I've never been to the road, and I've never had a similar AP experience since. I don't know where it was, and I've never believed that the experience was something as simple as a dream. Flying down the road felt almost hyper-real, if that's possible, feeling more real at that moment than it feels typing this now. I also don't believe that what I was seeing was a construct created by my physical mind in order to comprehend what my astral mind was experiencing. It felt real. There were also 0 drugs involved in the experience, no hallucinogens to trigger or interfere with experience. The most I'd consumed before bed and dinner was iced tea. My question is regarding vision in the astral. For those with more experience than I, can you see in 360 degrees when you astral project? Or do you see differently in your astral form? Is your vision determined by your choice of form, like the difference between APing in a drone form like I did, versus APing in a full humanoid form? I would actually expect this could be the case if you're forcing your projected consciousness into a form that naturally has a limited field of view. But maybe it doesn't matter, which is why I ask. The Neighbor and the Haunted Duck. It's been a while since I made a new post here. In the past 2 years, my life has changed, and I'm no longer working where I used to work. Hence, I don't have new paranormal experiences on a daily basis. That's not to say I haven't had it all in the past 2 years, but they've been very personal and I haven't wanted to share them quite yet. But this experience is from when I was a kid. I just remembered it tonight after not having thought about it for well over 20 years. As my prior posts, I attest that the following is true. Take it as you will. When I was a kid, my parents had an old 70s Airstream trailer. It wasn't very big, but for a kid and his mom, while Dad was working over the summer, it was cool for vacations and camping. Parked in a permanent spot in an RV park in the mountains. My mom had it fixed up with white paint, classy wallpaper with roses and pink carpet. My dad didn't care. He knew she'd doll it up and have fun with it, and it was intended to be her toy for when he was working out of town over the summer. For how small it was, he had a surprising amount of storage room, and we could pack 4 cousins in it too. So we had a lot of fun camping. One summer, when I was about 10, we went up camping and found that we had a new neighbor in the spot behind us. The neighbor was an old lady in her 70s named Little. Her husband had passed, but not only a month before we had come to camp that summer. He simultaneously had a heart attack and an aneurysm rupture in his brain, dropping dead on the spot at their campsite. Lil was very nice, if a little eccentric. My mom thought she was a tad nuts, but lovable. She was always full of stories and good humor. Mom and I had her over for dinner several times, and she immediately became part of the family. One day, she invited me over to hang out and watch TV. For the 90s, she had a pretty big TV and her own satellite TV service in her RV. It wasn't big, but it was high-end and classy for what it was, and after her husband had passed, she called it home. Next to her TV, she kept a stuffed duck, wearing a fishing hat and a utility vest. She said it was her husband's favorite stuffed toy, and they always took it with them on the road when they traveled before he passed. Having grown up in a home haunted by my grandfather and being able to see ghosts as if they're alive, see some of my prior posts for context and more detail. I was familiar with that hair standing up feeling in a spiritually active area, and I certainly got that immediately on walking into a rig. But I didn't feel threatened. It was just there, like a background hum. And being a kid and not yet experiencing enough to realize what was going on, I blew it off and rolled with it. As soon as I walked through the door, I heard a quack sound. It didn't sound like it was coming from any particular place. It sounded like it was coming from everywhere, like a sound in my head. Whenever I heard a quack, a strange line of distortion about an 1/8 inch high would run across the top of the TV, right in line with the beak of the duck doll. Just a single brief quack. It repeated and seemed very insistent about something. Lil looked toward the doll next to the TV and said, "Oh, shut up, he can't hear you." But still the quacks persisted. After a moment, while getting settled on the couch with fresh-baked cookies and iced tea, she told me with no context and a bit exasperated, "He's saying hello to you. He won't stop until you say hello back." I wasn't exactly sure who he was. There wasn't anyone else there, and she hadn't told me the history about the duck yet. But I rolled with it and reluctantly said, "Hello." Immediately, the quacking stopped. The silence didn't last, though, and started again when she changed the channel, tuning the TV to some cartoons on a channel we couldn't get over at the park satellite TV at our trailer. Immediately, there was a quack, and the channel changed to a football game. She grumbled something under her breath, changing it back to the cartoons, only for there to be another quack, and the channel changed right back to the same ball game. "Now you stop it. He's our guest, and I promised he would watch cartoons, so stop changing the channel." She changed it back to the cartoons, and this time it stayed on cartoons for a while. Having me set up, she then told me if I needed anything to holler promptly, and she went out in the front to hang out with Mom. Sitting there opposite the TV, loaded up with iced tea and cookies, I couldn't really concentrate on the TV for the uneasy feeling I was getting. Today, I know what that feeling means, but at 10 years old, all I knew was something felt off, and it felt like I wasn't alone. After a while, there was a quack and the TV changed back to the ball game. My eyes got big like saucers, and I started to get scared because I knew I hadn't changed the channel, and Lil was outside and couldn't have changed it either. Just as I started to get freaked out, there was another quack, and the channel changed back to cartoons. Like it conceded that it was freaking me out and I was feeling guilty about it. Occasionally I heard the quack repeat. The channel changed back and forth a few more times, but it eventually stopped. When it was time to go into town with my mom, Lil came to get me and take me home, about a 20-foot walk between front doors, if that. And I asked her if she had seen the changing channel from outside. She said no. I told her that the channel changed a couple times by itself back and forth from cartoons to the ball game. On cue, there was a quack, and the channel changed to the ball game. "There, look, did you see the line go through the TV when it quacked?" She said yes, and commenced to tell me about the duck, and she believed it was her deceased husband making the duck quack. I very obviously wasn't buying it. I had no poker face. That a stuffed duck was quacking on its own, changing the channel, and thought I was being tricked. So she picked it up, turned it over, and said, "See?" pulling out a couple of bare wires from where the battery compartment should be in the butt of the doll. I didn't believe it myself, so I ripped out the batteries thinking it'd stop. But that didn't do no good. Now I know my husband makes a quack when he wants me to know that he's here, but I don't feel lonely no more knowing I'm not alone and he still loves me. On cue, the duck quacks in her hands, and a line of distortion went through the TV. And she clearly saw it, this time pointing it out. That's some awesome and mighty power making this duck quack. And that much power does funny things when it's close to technology. Having experienced lights turning on and off on their own, TVs turning off and on, and channels changing, doors opening and closing, I started to understand what was happening. On the way into town, I excitedly told my mom about the duck, and she didn't believe me, of course. Most normal people automatically disbelieve anything about the strange and unusual, unless you're a bit strange and unusual yourself and experience weird stuff on a regular basis like me. Mom would get spooked, though still does, and deny anything paranormal was occurring. The next time we planned for Lil to come over for dinner, I begged her to bring the duck. She did. Sat it on the bench at our dining table like it was her dinner partner. And right on cue, with my mom watching and paying attention, the duck quacked. Needless to say, Mom just about crapped her pants, and sadly poor Lil didn't come back to dinner again. She and Mom still talked and hung out a few times, but Mr. Duck spooking Mom kinda did in any future dinner visits. A week after that, we went home. The next time we went back up to go camping, Lil had moved. Speaking to the neighbors, we found out that she got sick, and her grown children, older than my mom at the time, were taking care of her. I never heard what happened after that, and frankly, I haven't thought about that lady in almost 30 years, until the memory of the duck suddenly came into my mind. Something doesn't want us back at work. The store is partially opened and some of us have gone back to work, but we're barely a skeleton crew because we're just doing curbside. We're not open for customers to enter the store yet, but man, for the first day, we were swamped with curbside orders. Because I've been so busy doing stock work or pulling curbside orders, I've not seen much, but today, after 2 people had gone home for the day, leaving 3 of us, there was some movement in the back corner of the store in the wine area. It sounded like small packages falling on the floor, and I knew for a fact that no one was in that area. My supervisor and I were in the front of the line of sight, and our stock guy was in the stock room. After the stock team member went home, it was just my supervisor and I. About 15 minutes before we left, I take the garbage to the back, and all the mobile units. My supervisor's in the break room washing something. I pass the break room and go into the office, take the batteries out of the phones and plug them in, then go into the break room to hang up my apron. Supervisor: Did you walk in here a few minutes ago? Me: No. If you heard a bang, that was me throwing trash away. I just walked past the break room to drop off the phones, though. Supervisor: What was that, 5 minutes ago? Me: No, about 30 seconds ago, just to plug in batteries. His eyes widen and he looks at me for a moment. Did you see that dispenser? Pointing to a soap dispenser. The soap inside turned black. When I started to wash it out, I saw someone walking behind me toward the lockers in the break room. There's a mirror in the wall immediately left of the sink. Me: This is the first time I've been in here since my break. I walked past the doorway to stow the phones, but I didn't enter the break room. Supervisor: Something is very unhappy that we're back to work. Me: Looks that way. I didn't see the apparition in the break room nor the oil-like substance in the soap dispenser. The soap is supposed to be almost a honey color, not black like tar. It took him several minutes to try to clean it out and he ended up just throwing it away. Welcome back to work, huh? A spirit at work is toying with me. I've decided I'm being toyed with by something at work because every time I take my break in the break room, the lights go out. Allow me to expand on this. My break comes up today. I got a half day, so only a 15-minute break. I clock out, walk into the break room, and take a seat. The light promptly shuts off. The light has a motion sensor that keeps it on, and will otherwise stay on for about 2 hours before it times out, so that the light could be on all day and never go out. I leaned forward, lifted my 40-ounce steel bottle off the table, and the light comes back on. I lean back and continue reading a book on my phone. About a minute later, the light goes off again. I counted the light going out 5 times before my break was over. After the 5th time, it stayed on. At one point, somewhere in between 1 and 5, I had started laughing and said, to no one in particular, "I hope you understand this doesn't scare me. I find this very amusing." My last 2 shifts, the light has gone out in the break room, and within a minute of starting my break or lunch every time. And it only does it to me, I've asked, until today. I just sat there in the dark, and not entirely dark. There's still light coming in from the hall in the office, and the office door is open, and having nothing to be afraid of, so it doesn't bother me. I very briefly entertained the idea of invoking the priesthood and saying something like, "If anything other than the faulty fixture is causing the light to go off, then by the power of priesthood I command you to stop." However, that could end up being a pretty stupid thing, because if it's the same thing that turned the soap into the dispenser tar, it could take that as a challenge and lash out at me. I'd rather avoid that, thanks. I don't feel the need to invoke the power of the priesthood yet. I also considered setting up my Osmo action camera on a tripod or clipping it to my apron and recording my breaks, just to see if it still happens. If it does, I'll have video of it. I think I'll start doing this. Worst case scenario, I'll have a bunch of 15 to 30-minute videos of an empty break room while I read my break. This is almost like a child playing with the light, being mischievous. I really am amused by it, and I'm not getting any negative feelings while it happens. So I don't know if it's the soap dispenser entity messing with the lights or something, or if it's something else that's playing with me. I don't mind it. It's not harming me, and it literally only happens to me. So whatever it is has taken a shine to me, as I typically say. And when it does happen, I don't see anyone that shouldn't be there. And I don't think it's trying to get my attention. My supervisor thinks it might be the store soap dispenser demon upset because I keep telling people with spiritual issues about the St. Benedict nettles. And it doesn't like that. That may be so, but I'm also not so sure. And yes, I'm aware that demonic activity can appear playful at times, hence to get your guard down. The first experience of the 2 weeks. Happy Tuesday. A few days after, I took my action camera with me to work for 2 shifts. On my breaks, the lights would go out until I started recording. Then the light in the break room would stay on, but the light in the office around the corner would go out. Within 30 seconds of ending the recording, the light would then go out in the break room. But as soon as I started recording again, the light would stop acting up, and the office light would go out. I have not reviewed my footage. I was so annoyed and embarrassed that I couldn't get video of the light going out that I kind of forgot about it. Repeated this for 2 days with the same results. I don't understand how a faulty light could suddenly not be faulty as soon as you start recording. And as soon as the recording stops, the light is faulty again. But so long as that camera's rolling, the light isn't faulty. Do you see them like I see them? Time for a spot of truth. I've been able to see ghosts since I was a kid. At first, they would appear as dense shadows out of the corner of my eye. After puberty, they began to look like regular people, clothed, and sometimes they even looked to be breathing. Sometimes their clothes looked new, sometimes worn and faded or dirty and tattered. If I look directly at them, I can't see them, but in my peripheral vision, they remain, and I can see full detail. They don't speak ever, but I've been growled at once. Sometimes they know I can see them and try to scare me. That doesn't work, not anymore. And no, I'm not crazy. no diagnosis of psychosis for myself or in my family. This is a gift or a curse that runs in the family on both sides of my mother's family. My great-grandmother on my maternal grandmother's side could see ghosts like real living people, while my great-grandmother on my maternal grandfather's side had visions of family in distress or in the future. One great-grandmother I was raised with, the former, the one lived far away and I only knew her by stories. Sometimes the gift skips a generation. My great-grandmother had the sight, but her daughter didn't. My mother has the visions, but my strongest gift is the sight. I sometimes have prophetic dreams, but they're hard to remember or figure out what they were until they come to pass. One of my cousins had the vision, while none of his sisters have either gift, nor his mother. And please don't ask for lottery numbers, it doesn't work that way. The building I work in has lots of activity. It's very distracting when you see someone and turn, thinking it's a customer. You just walk past and no one's there. It's frustrating when it happens because I feel like I've been tricked. My last experience happened at the beginning of March in 2020. I could describe her still having a perfect image in my mind of her. She was about 5'3" tall, Asian, with long straight black hair hanging down to her waist. Very pale face with dark bags under her eyes like she hadn't slept for a week. Wearing a gray hoodie with the hood up and black pants. Her pale hands at her side. She was very angry and lingered for a while after I'd spotted her. It was the first time I could stand there and watch them for several minutes without losing sight of them. Even after looking away and then back. The problem was, she knew I could see her, and she just stood there watching me. As I walked around, I could see her head turn, tracking my position. Yet, she didn't budge an inch from where she stood. While watching her, without taking my eye off her, I reached over blindly and grabbed a phone at one of the registers, called my manager in the office, and asked if he could see her through the security cameras. He could see the exact spot she was standing, but she didn't show up on the camera feed. I'm looking right at her, right now. I told him, but no dice. He's a devout Catholic and believes me when I have an episode like this, but it still spooks him to no end when it happens while he's there. I warned my coworker who came in shortly after for the next shift, and she thought I was having or going to have a seizure and was hallucinating as a precursor. That was no hallucination, and I did not have a seizure later. Sometimes I wonder if other people can see human ghosts the way I can, or if it's just me. Sometimes I wonder if I'm really crazy. I don't consider myself to be most of the time, but when you experience enough crazy stuff, you start to question your own sanity. And I don't consider myself psychic. I can't see dead people on demand. They don't come to me and tell me things like in the TV shows. Your Uncle Jack or James or Johnny said this special banana peel or Doritos wrapper that looks like Elvis is hidden under the floorboards in the upstairs closet. And if I could go and do any of that, I would never try to make a profit off of it. I don't know why, but I always felt like that would be cheating or the wrong thing to do. And professional psychics who make money off of their gifts have always made me angry. I swear this is the truth, believe it or not. I have learned the hard way over many years of my life. Thus far, there are some things that exist in this world that, frankly, don't care if you believe in them or not. You can't choose not to believe in the existence of city buses. But that won't make it hurt any less if you're hit by one. My cup was possessed. Now I know by the title this sounds like it'll be a silly story. I assure you it was one of the scariest things that's happened to me. I'll start from the beginning. I worked at a flea market for a few years, and in 2017 is where this all began. I lived in a very tiny town, so our flea market is more like a cross between Storage Wars and a thrift store. Everyone sells out of storage units, and it's usually cheap things they found in yard or real estate sales. I've been working with my uncle and brother when I came across this golden goblet type cup with different symbols around the sides. For some reason, I couldn't stop thinking about it all day and asked many questions about it. According to my uncle, he had originally gotten a pair of one, was bought by a woman who rumored to be the town's local witch. She told him that she'd only needed the one, but that there usually used to be different rituals and basically to be careful with whoever ended up with the cup. I had always been kind of interested in these things anyways, and had been collecting weird spooky stuff for years, and it really didn't help that Halloween was a few months away either, as I thought I could get used to it and just drink out of it and mess around. So I bought it. Big mistake. The first night I washed it out and then sat it in my collection thinking how excited I was to have it. I then went about my business until I went to sleep. That's when I had a nightmare worse than any I'd ever had before. This was what I dreamed. I'm in my body and I can see and hear what's going on, but I'm not the one controlling myself. I'm making demonic sounding screams and I'm fighting with beating up my husband because he's trying to stop me from going outside and hurting other people. The screaming and the actions and the whole time in my dream, in my mind, I keep telling myself to stop because I'm scared, but I can't. The nightmare continued for weeks until I got to the point where I was scared to even be in my bedroom because I could feel the presence there. My husband felt it too, and he doesn't believe in any of this, so he started sleeping in the living room instead. The nightmare continued, but the presence wasn't there, so I thought it was okay. Wrong again. Days later, I'm asleep on my couch while my husband was at work. I feel someone grab my arm and wake up to see a dark shadow standing over me. I panicked and began what I like to call the help me prayer. God help me, help me, help me. It worked. But I was still very freaked out. When I went back to work at the flea market that weekend, our local witch happened to be there. I had never met her, so how she knew this astounds me, but she asked about the cup. I told her about everything that had been happening. That's where she told me to dispose of the cup. Put it in a container and dump salt on it while saying a prayer, and then throw it away because the cup has been used in some very intense rituals, and that's what the entity was attached to. Of course, me being the dumbass I am, didn't actually do what she told me, and thought I could put it in the garbage until Halloween, where I could use it to scare my friends. Off and on all night things went wrong. Banging on our garage door, the doorknob rattling like something was trying to come in, and shuffling sounds of things being moved around. The next day when I got up, there were boxes pulled down from the shelves, or opened and the stuff spread out all over the garage. But I did throw the thing away, like the lady had said. Still no. Instead, I called my friend to come over and check it out since she's kind of heard about in the real time. Immediately when she came over, she refused to come inside because she felt like something evil was there. She's a very spiritual person as well, but when I relayed to her what our local witch had said, she reprimanded me for not listening and insisted I do it so we could cleanse my home and get rid of this thing for good. I grabbed a bag and shoved the cup inside and dumped nearly a whole container of salt on it. When I brought it out and asked my friend to pray with me, given that she grew up Catholic, so we prayed over the bag and threw it in the outdoor trash can. My friend then said she wanted to come in and bless the house, so I let her. That night I slept the best I'd slept in a while and haven't had anything like this happen ever again. Is this my grandma communicating with me? When I was 13, my grandma, aka Grandma Nadine, passed away. Over the last few years, I've had many experiences, some bad and some good. The biggest was when my 2-year-old, she's 3 now, excitedly ran into my kitchen yelling, "Your grandma is here." When I asked who, thinking of course she meant my living grandma, she walked back into the living room got into my face and said, "It's Nadine." Now, the only issue with this is that at this point in time, she hadn't really been told much of anything about my grandma, so I had no clue how she knew this. Recently, a few other things have happened. I always, when I've been having a hard time, which has happened a lot recently, ask my grandma Nadine to please watch over me. Well, the other night I was in the car and began having a major anxiety about driving. I asked out loud this time, I usually don't, for Grandma Nadine to watch over me in my car. Radio shut itself off. I turned it back on since the music helps me relax while I drive. It immediately had the volume go all the way up. I turned it down some and then it went all the way down. I thought it was a malfunction, so I turned it back off. A few minutes later, my anxiety was getting so bad I had to pull over. When I was parked at the side of the road, the music turned back on, and I realized it was the Eagles, Hotel California. This was my grandma's favorite song. So I told my mom, and she believes it was my grandma letting me know she was watching over and that I would be okay. As for the part about my radio going crazy, and my mom reminded me about grandma as sweet as she was also kind of a prankster and thinks grandma was just messing with me. Christmas was ruined for multiple years. This story takes place when I was about 4 or 5 years old. My grandma was a Sunday school teacher at one of our local churches. This usually meant us kids were required to go to church on Sundays since our family lived with her at that time. It was coming up on December, and the church had planned a special auction for people to bid on and win prizes, and the money would go to the homeless shelter that was run by our church. The Sunday school classes, divided age group of course, all had some sort of craft or snack that they were going to make for the fundraiser, as well as the staff giving out things like gift cards, free music lessons, and things like that. I was in the elementary age group, and we had been picked to design a special Christmas ornament. So the day rolled around and we made the ornament, and it was hideous. And let's be real, who would want an ornament designed by a bunch of kids who aren't even 10 yet? My grandma, being the kind lady she was, told us she loved the ornament so much that she wanted to keep it and that she would buy a very nice one for the raffle. That year, Grandma hung it on her tree, and we had the worst luck. All the kids were cranky, griping, and just having multiple meltdowns all during Christmas dinner. Well, I shouldn't say what was left of Christmas dinner because our oven somewhere along the course of the day broke, and so food either got burnt to shit or not cooked at all, and most of it had to be thrown away. Then to top it all off, my mom had finally moved us kids to our own place for Christmas, and so on the way there, we got into a car accident. Nothing major, thank God, no injuries, just some minor body repair work for Mom's car. And the bad luck kept rolling in. All minor things like our cat going missing during our move and just random stuff. And Christmas at Grandma's continued to just be the ones where nothing went right for years. It was now 2005 and I was 13 and excited for Christmas break. Everything was fine until Christmas Eve came and my grandma put that stupid ornament on her tree. It'd been fine all day, but started feeling very sick during opening gifts on Christmas Eve. My mom said for me to go lay down, and that I could open my gifts later. I dozed off for a few hours, but then woke up in the most excruciating pain I'd ever felt. I couldn't move. All I could do was yell for someone to come in and help me. It was so bad my grandpa just said fuck it and called an ambulance. I missed Christmas that year due to my appendix rupturing and having to have emergency surgery. I did get to open my gifts when I got home, and my mom let me pick a special dinner, whatever I wanted, and I chose Taco Bell. By this time, the tree was down and the ornament was put away and everything was great. The next year, we decorated the tree and put the ornament up early since my whole family was going out of state to visit relatives of my mom and grandma. As soon as it went up, little things started happening. People couldn't find their luggage to pack, our washer broke, so anything we needed to wash to take with us had to be left behind since we couldn't wash them. We get to the airport only to be told a major storm had kicked up and that we would have to wait until the flight we needed could make it safely, and spent 11 hours in an airport before deciding to just go home. Mom and us walked through our front door only to find that her neighbors who were supposed to watch our dog had left her inside, and she peed and pooped and chewed up all over our couch. So Merry Christmas to us. We got a new couch and a new carpet. The next year was bad again, worse than ever before. It was when we eventually started putting two and two together about the ornament. We went to Grandma's on Christmas Eve and put the special ornament on the tree like always, and immediately it fell off and broke. So my grandma sat it on her fireplace mantle instead. Within the night, my aunt came strolling through the door late, puffy eyes, scratches and cuts all over her face and arms, torn jacket. When we asked what happened, she told us that her husband had been up doing drugs. She confronted him and he attacked her. She called the police and watched them nearly beat him to death in the driveway and then haul him off to jail. You think it stops there? No, it doesn't. My dog somehow got out of the yard and was hit and killed by a car. We didn't know until we got home. My grandma was going downstairs to check on us after finding her dog and just fell all the way down the steps, breaking his hip. After everything seemed to settle down, my grandpa, with the help of my other uncle, took all the Christmas stuff down and put it away. As my uncle picked up the ornament, he told my grandma it gave him a weird feeling, and he didn't like it, so he asked, since it was broken, could he throw it out? My grandma said no because it was special. So he packed it up and brought up these weird feelings to my mom and aunts later, and they all agreed. It made them feel strange also. Then my mom pointed out that every Christmas since we'd had that ornament, that we'd all basically had ruined or suggested that maybe the ornament had something to do with it. They all agreed. The next year, my mom and aunts tried to convince my grandma not to put out the ornament. It took a bit of time, but Grandma begrudgingly agreed no ornament that year. And guess what? That Christmas was still kind of weird, but nowhere near as bad as it had been. My family again had a bunch of minor things happen. The power went out. My other aunt this time was late because there was road work all over the city, and we wound up ordering a pizza for Christmas dinner because nobody felt like cooking, and the pizza that we received was part of a missing order. The ranch dressing and the breadsticks we ordered on the side weren't there. Like I said, minor and not necessarily that bad. That year, after taking all the decorations down, my mom stole the ornament, brought it home, and we burned it, and then buried it in the yard. Ever since then, Christmas has been awesome. I don't know what exactly was wrong with the ornament, if it was cursed or possessed or what, but I'm so glad it's gone now. Step into the unknown with Paranormal M, the channel that brings you tales that will leave you questioning everything. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you don't miss out on any of our latest stories. Let's get lost in the mystery. Electronic anomaly at Tragedy House. I'll have to leave some major details vague in this story, so please forgive the lack of specifics. I can't risk anyone identifying the location or guessing the people associated with the story. My boss called me yesterday afternoon while I was driving home. He said that he had to tell me something weird that happened at the job site. Background: we had installed some network equipment at a big house. When I was there, I got a really strange feeling. It was an older house that seemed overdue for updates. It also seemed a bit neglected. I was unsettled and confused. I just couldn't put my finger on the reasons why. I later found out that something bad happened there. Something very bad, tragic and heartbreaking. That is as specific as I can be. The day before yesterday, we got an automated monitoring alert that a piece of equipment we installed had failed. Our guess was that it had been overheated or that it got wet or shorted out. It was all brand new, so we assumed that the cause of the failure was environmental somehow. I was busy elsewhere, so my boss got there about a day after it had failed. He found that the equipment was fine, but that it was simply powered off. It was attached to a power distribution unit, a PDU, and the PDU is connected to the network and has power outlets that can be remotely controlled. This is commonly used so that if a piece of equipment is malfunctioning, it can be rebooted remotely, which often resolves the problem. This particular piece of equipment was connected to a power cycle only power outlet on the PDU, meaning that the power outlet does not ever stay powered off, but will only blink the power off briefly before resuming normal operation. The device wasn't working because the power outlet that it was connected to had turned off, which it shouldn't ever do if the PDU was working correctly. My boss assumed that the PDU had somehow failed. He sat there staring at the PDU while contemplating his next course of action. While he was staring directly at it, the red LED on the PDU electrical outlet suddenly turned on. The connected equipment turned on and resumed normal operation. It had been powered off for a whole day and suddenly came back on by itself while he was staring at it. He told the client what happened and said he had no explanation for it. He jokingly said, "It's haunted." The client accepted that calmly and said, "That kind of thing happens here all the time." The client had previously told us that the house makes them very uncomfortable and they don't like being there. I heard someone whisper, "Learn from this," in my ear. Last night I was watching a movie about making the most of your life and the people who are in it with my ex, who I'm friends with, at around 8 a.m. Around the end of the movie, the lead actress was talking about how we shouldn't be cooped up in our shallow dreams and instead concentrate on people who are in our lives and we're lucky to have. The accomplishments we've made for ourselves and that we should be grateful for. After she finished her sentence, I heard a male voice whisper, "You should take a lesson from this," in my ear. My mother tongue is Turkish, so I heard this in Turkish. There is no way my ex whispered this to me because his mouth was stuffed when I heard it. I've been feeling kinda lost and out of place in life for a bit now, trying to find where I fit in and which one of my dreams I should be pursuing, and where I would be most happy. So really interesting that I heard something like this. It feels as though I got contact with some higher energy. Plus, this is the first time I've experienced something paranormal. I know it sounds small, but it had an impact on me. And icing on the top, 2 to 3 minutes later, my mom knocked on my door and asked me if I was the one who knocked on her door, whilst I was in the middle of a movie. On December 24th, 2020, I was found by my close friend Tim on the floor of my bedroom. I was a very unhealthy shade of blue, not breathing and completely unresponsive. Tim had come to my house after getting a bad feeling after I had failed to answer his repeated phone calls and texts. This was completely unlike me, and Tim knew that something was wrong. Upon arrival to my apartment, he found my bedroom door locked. Thankfully, he kicked it in. I was unconscious, without a pulse, and not breathing. He called 911 and gave me CPR until the ambulance arrived. I was in a medically induced coma for 2.5 months. It was the most terrifying 2.5 months of my whole life. On November 4th, 2018, I went to the Feather River Hospital in Paradise, California, where I had been living for the previous 15 years with my wife Amita. I had been feeling flu-like symptoms and had decided that I'd better be seen. The hospital sent me home with codeine cough syrup. Amita knew that that was something worse than what the doctors had thought, and insisted that I go to the Enloe Hospital down the hill in Chico for a second opinion. Thankfully, I listened to her because they told me that an abscessed tooth had infected my heart and lungs with endocarditis. They said that I needed immediate open heart surgery or I would die. They then told me that I had about a 20% chance of making it with surgery, and I'd better say my goodbyes to my wife. I was devastated and completely scared to death. I asked my then best friend Kenny to keep an eye on Amita, told her that I would go back and I would fight for my life. It was November 6th, 2018, when I was admitted to Enloe Hospital in Chico, California. On November 8th, 2018, I got to watch it on live TV, our home burning down, along with the whole town of Paradise. It was called the Campfire, and it completely burned the whole town of Paradise down, along with our home, my business, our cars, cats, 8 friends that got burned alive in their cars trying to evacuate, and everything that we both owned in this world. My heart condition had not only saved my life, but had made me go to Chico and thus missed by the fire. Had I been there in Paradise, I would have been burned alive trying to save my inventory of computers and electronics. I ended up in Enloe Hospital for 46 days while they gave me 3 open heart surgeries, replacing my heart valve with a mechanical heart valve, implanting a pacemaker, and giving me 2 full blood transfusions. They also gave me 46 days of antibiotics, 3 IV bags every 2 hours. When I go out of the hospital and went to my first place my ex and my ex-best friend were camping out at, I discovered that Kenny was doing more than keeping an eye on her. They were sleeping together as well. Devastated and with a broken heart in more ways than one, I filed for a divorce and hopped on a train to Salt Lake City, the city I was born in. Well, fast forward to December 2020. My friend Tim kicked open my bedroom door to my new apartment in Salt Lake City, Utah, starting CPR until the ambulance had gotten there. My mechanical heart valve had gotten reinfected as well as my pacemaker, making it necessary for the doctors to put me in a coma, to replace the mechanical heart valve with a pig valve and the pacemaker as well. What follows is the most terrifying experience of my entire life, and my only afterlife experience. I felt that it was necessary to give the background of why I was put into a coma and what I experienced during it. Of course, I don't remember anything leading up to when Tim kicked in the door and found me. When I became aware of my surroundings, I was strapped down on my back on a rolling gurney. I was being pushed by 2 attendees and were in hospital scrubs, white or drab white in color, and their faces and hair were totally covered by masks and caps. Only visible were their eyes. I will refer to them as orderlies, because that's what I felt they were. When I became aware of what was going on, these 2 orderlies were pushing me on the gurney, down a long corridor. What was strange was that the corridor or hallway was extremely long. By extremely long, I mean miles long. They were pushing me for hours in a straight line down one corridor that went on for miles. Then they would stop, looking down at me, and one of them would ask me, "Do you know where you are?" Then, "Do you know what is happening to you?" I replied, "No, where am I? What is going on?" The orderlies would not answer. They just checked the straps and held me down and would continue pushing me down these impossibly long corridors. They would stop every once in a while and open a sliding door that opened on another long corridor. The hallways were a drab gray color and smelled like old dusty warehouse. We would come to junctions, and there I realized that something was very much amiss. In these junctions, it seemed that they opened up into a kind of labyrinth. Not a normal sight at all, but a lot like an Escher painting, where there were other orderlies, some dressed in all black scrubs, while others dressed in gray or blue or green. All in full-face mask coverings and caps that only showed their eyes. These other orderlies were walking upside down on the ceiling, heading towards other corridors that branched off in several different directions. Some were pushing gurneys like the one which I was strapped, while others walked alone or in pairs. They never acknowledged my presence or spoke directly at me, except for asking me occasionally if I knew where I was or what was going on. This continued for days and days, changing directions occasionally or opening new corridors which we would go down. I remember feeling like I was not able to come back to the realm of the living, but I was not able to move on to heaven either. I was stuck in that place of impossibly long corridors, accompanied by these orderlies that rarely even show signs that they even knew I was there. I would freak out and scream at them only to be ignored. I would cry and beg for them to let me know what was happening to me, but somehow I knew they weren't allowed to tell me anything. Finally, frustrated and afraid, I resigned myself to their care, having faith that the Lord would see me through this ordeal, or that, live or die, it was in His hands. I spent day after day like this until I went to sleep strapped in the gurney and finally awoke in a hospital bed, not tied up, but unable to walk or use my left arm at all. The nurse asked me if I knew where I was, and after hearing that so many times from the orderlies, I cried that, "No, I do not." The nurse asked me the year, and I said 2020. She said no, that it was 2021, and asked if I knew where I was. Terrified, remembering the orderlies, I cried, "No, I do not." She told me that I was in recovery at a hospital in Bountiful, and that I was going to be okay. It took me 2 more months of getting pushed in my wheelchair to the gym, where I worked out for 3 hours a day until I could use my left arm and walk on my own again. I know that God has a plan for me, and that I'm here for a reason. I'm staying in a homeless shelter in Salt Lake City. I lost the apartment for having unauthorized people staying with me. But after the coma, terrified to sleep or not have somebody there with me. I've told my story truthfully and exactly as I remember what happened. This girl used to stay in the house as mine, but on an above floor. One night the warden called all of us boys upstairs, and we saw her possessed, like literally. She was lying in bed and growling and occasionally screaming. It's like in the movies, but not as dramatic. We boys pinned her down, but she was too strong for us. She murmured in a completely different language, and this went on for 10 minutes or so. It was very confusing. Our warden kept saying, "Please leave the body of this girl." Eventually she became normal, but as soon as it felt like the spirit had left her body, another girl started screaming and panicking, and she lost consciousness as the possessed girl gained consciousness. When we called a pundit later, he said that spirits usually try and take weak spirits after they leave one body. We took the other girl to the hospital, and she gained consciousness later. Now, I didn't know the girl personally, but I knew her from my friends. She was apparently on some mental health-related medication, and she hadn't taken her pills that day. So, a logical explanation would be that her condition just worsened, and it led to that. But I noticed 2 very strange things about her. One was that she was speaking in a completely different language. It was very archaic and Nepali language, since I'm Nepali and I could understand a few words. I think she tried to say something like, "Why did you all do this?" Something like that. She, in her normal state, didn't know how to speak in Nepali. Secondly, she was very strong when she was in that possessed state. There were 4 of us, and a few others were also holding her. We tried to pin her down, but she overpowered us. We managed to control her, but not at times when she was violently swinging her body. At one point, she banged her hand very hard against a wall, and I'm sure she must have hurt, but she didn't show any signs of pain. The pundit said that it was an ancient spirit. She left the hostel after that, and that was the last time we heard of her. I think about that day often. Ghost encounter? Back in '98, my best friend Jessica and I were really into ghosts and gore. We would have her dad rent Faces of Death on the weekend camp out at her house and just indulge. Working at the video store was your typical video store employee back in the 90s. Late 20s, single, lives with mom. He and his mom lived in the neighborhood for quite a while, so we all had the stories. We would spend hours in the video store looking over videos and conversing with Jim. Jim had all the neighborhood stories. There was this house at the end of the street, closer to Jessica's house, that constantly had families moving in and out. All short stays, no longer than a year. Our high school bus was directly in front of this house. The longest tenants in the home were a gothic kid and his older mom. They stayed for the better part of a year. While at the video store one day, Jim tells us the story of the house at our bus stop and why no one seems to be able to live in it for an extended amount of time. Story goes there was a party in the house back in the 70s, and supposedly a woman was decapitated, wrapped in the carpet, and relocated. Needless to say, my friend and I must investigate. By this time, the house was empty again. She spends the night at my house, and we plan to sneak out in the middle of the night to check it out. The time comes. It's 2 or 3 in the morning. Jess and I, for whatever reason, crawl on all fours down the street until we are a safe distance from my house, enter the house through the backyard, past the pool used as a restroom, and proceeded into the house through the kitchen. The kitchen area is an empty floor plan attached to the living room with a bathroom and bedrooms breaking off. We were being real disrespectful. I can't recall what we were doing or saying, but it wasn't nice. We walked into the bathroom closet in the kitchen and started to smell this horrid stench. Something along the lines of rotting meat. We walk into the bathroom and all of a sudden this bright green orb comes shooting out of the toilet, headed straight toward us. We screamed and ran out the back door from which we came. Past the swimming pool and past the window of the bathroom we just ran out of. The entire bathroom was illuminated by a bright green color. And we ran our asses back to my house, never to go back. What the fuck was that? Nightmares and dreams about a dead loved one. I think it all started a month or 2 after he passed. I'd have nightmares about him rotting away and looking worse than what the cancer did to him. He'd act like himself, but no one in the dream thought it was him. He was suffering so much in the dreams, but would never die. Even when he did, he would always come back. No matter what he did, he would suffer. I think my brain still thought he was in pain and he was hiding somewhere. In these dreams, I never thought this was him. I had these nightmares once a week, about 3 to 5 times. I finally told my grandma about this, and she said not to accept them, that it was my grandpa and that he wasn't suffering anymore. She sent me pictures of him being happy, and I looked at them before I went to sleep. I had the nightmare again, but this time I was aware that it was a dream. I asked him why this was happening, and he just said it was for a reason, and then I woke up. I dreaded having it again and tried to think about all the happy memories. They stopped for 2 weeks, and then it happened again. I was back at my grandparents' house. I was looking for my grandpa, but I didn't see him. I went downstairs, and it was a lot more calm and bright instead of creepy and dark. Some family members were down there watching TV, and I noticed how blank the walls looked. He was there, and instead of opening his mouth to talk, thoughts would just enter my mind. He taught me how to paint the walls. It was a passion of his, and it was something I'd never learned before. It just seemed so much like him, and my mom confirmed that all the things he taught me was correct. The nightmares definitely could have been the grief, and the dream could have been something I had learned before and forgot, but I don't remember that at all. That dream made me really happy, though. I've been wishing that I get more like that. It really felt like he was there. I hope this brought comfort to some people. My friends and I think a church is haunted. It started when our private school rented the top of a church building in a pretty sketchy city in Washington state. It was very exciting for us because we've basically been homeschooling the whole time, and this new area would be perfect to kickstart progress for our school. We didn't notice anything in the start, and it seemed like a steal renting out the top floor because of how much room there was. We couldn't rent the first floor because the church was using it, but it had the only bathrooms in the building, so we were allowed to go down and use it. We had this bathroom buddy system, where there has to be at least 2 people going down to the bathrooms, no less. This system was to ensure the safety of students, because the area had a lot of homeless people, and our school manager didn't want to take any chances. Okay, this is where the creepy stuff starts. My brother had to use the bathroom, so I agreed to go downstairs with him and wait outside the bathroom. My brother was in the bathroom, and I decided to sit down at the table. There was this open meeting area. I was utterly alone in that open area, and then out of nowhere, I hear footsteps all around me. The patterns were spontaneous, and I was sure that there were no people downstairs with me. I heard the floorboards creaking, which made it even more chilling. Thankfully, my brother came out of the bathroom and told him about what happened. He recalled hearing the same thing whenever he would wait outside a bathroom for other people. We both agreed that something fishy was going on, but we decided to brush it off because we needed to catch up on school. First thing was bone chilling, but we had other things to do, so we forgot about it. My brother then told me about this time when he had to go downstairs to the bathroom with a friend, and what he told me shocked me, hearing about the other things we've witnessed. Before I tell you this, I need you to know about the way we get down to the bathrooms. In order to go to the bathrooms, you need to take the dark and creepy stairwell that takes you to the even darker and creepier hallway. This hallway leads you to the nursery, and from the nursery to the bathrooms. My brother told me that when he went through the nursery, he saw that one of the baby cradles was rocking by itself. This definitely spooked me, and I started getting suspicious of the building. Fast forward about a year, and we're moving out of the building. We've decided to move to the church across from the bigger church, and this time, we are renting the whole building. This new church had a much more welcoming vibe, and you felt a lot safer. Something I forgot to mention about the past building is that the lights would keep going out, and the power would constantly shut off. This new building would feel very warm. It had a more stable electrical output, and you didn't get very strange feelings. I'd get back to that later. Anyway, since we were moving buildings, we'd obviously have to move stuff from the old one to the new one. This is where the creepy stuff started happening. Now that the building was empty, in the sense of being devoid of people, you had a very strong sense of dread and eeriness. Every hallway you would pass, you'd feel like you were being watched in the darkness. The building was also much colder than before, and some rooms were perfectly normal and warm, but others would have a cold and dark presence. My friends and I knew exactly what was going on and what we were going to do: explore. My friend group consisted of 3 other people, one being my brother. So all in all, we only had a force of 4 people. We were exploring, and we decided to go down that creepy stairwell with our phone flashlights. This is where a lot of the stuff started. When we went down, it was only one other kid and I, my brother, and the other friend decided to stay back up. We were going down the hallway, and I got an overwhelming feeling of being watched from the darkness. There was an exit door next to the bottom of the stairs, and I keep looking at it. I felt as though there was some sort of presence coming from there, staring at our souls. We tried to open the door to the nursery, but it was locked. It seems to be locked from the other side, possibly from the church locking it, which was a very plausible explanation. My other friend and I decided that we should go back up because the overwhelming sense of dread was too much for us at the time, and we started packing things up. There were a lot more things happening, but I'll have to tell the main things building up to this point. When we were loading stuff into the car, my other friend told us to come back to look at something So we were all marching up the stairs from the outside. This was another entrance into the building. And asked him what it was. He told us that he heard talking all the way from the creepy stairwell in the back of the building. And just as he heard that, a chain that was present in the room started swinging from side to side. This obviously freaked us all out, and we decided to pick up the pace and started packing things up. In this situation, our curiosity got the best of us, and we took that opportunity by using the bathroom. We used another entrance to get to the bathroom without having to go through the locked nursery door. When we were going to the bathroom, my friend brought a radio to see if we could pick up some signals. Now, usually, we'd use radios to listen to police channels and hear if there was a chase going on. But this time, my friend was trying to see if he could pick up ghost readings, which I thought was pretty much impossible. Something happened to his radio, though. The battery went from 3 bars to 0. This shocked us because we all learned that ghosts or spirits can drain the battery usage on most items. Though that wasn't the only strange thing that happened. That day, we had to carry some drawers down the creepy flight of stairs, through the creepier hallway, to the cradle-swinging nursery. We accepted the offer and started carrying the drawer to the locked nursery door. From the side it was locked. My friend had the key, so we unlocked it. I vividly remember having to unlock the door and get the drawer upstairs, then lock the door. The next day, something crazy would happen. The next day, my friends would decide to go down the stairs into the creepy hallway, but one of them chickened out. I mean, I don't blame him. We have encountered some crazy things, but he was very persistent in staying behind. We let him leave, and so we went on down the hallway. That gave me the creeps. I got that feeling of being watched again, and I was getting nervous. But then, something my friend said caught my attention. The door to the nursery is unlocked. I couldn't really believe what I was hearing. I remember having to lock the door when going through. That meant someone or something had to have unlocked it from the other side. We were leaving the hallway quickly, and during that, I heard some sort of low-pitched groaning that could have been a door opening or closing. Both of the ideas were just as disturbing because we were alone in the building. A few hours of packing passed, and we were finishing up the job. We were sitting around planning to pick up a bookshelf when we heard footsteps coming from the creepy stairs. Thankfully, the door was closed, but we decided it was best to just move the bookshelf quickly and get out of there. We were leaving. We also heard faint, inaudible talking coming from that door. That was the last time we ever went to the church building, but I'm glad we never opened that door again. I used to experience it a lot, like a couple times a year before I moved about 17 years ago. Haven't really experienced it since. A little bit of an explanation of what I perceived as the dark. In addition to the sensation of cold I described above, it was like when you look at a bright light for too long, and then you get kind of that shadowy look in part of your field of vision where the light source overstimulated your retina, except the dark was on a fixed point, whereas the lamp would alter your vision in a fixed range of view that moved as your head and eyes moved. I felt it more often than not before I saw it. It came at me in radiant waves that are hard to describe. Like, have you ever stepped somewhere at night perhaps, and the ground or the stair or the floor wasn't quite where you were expecting it to be? There's that fraction of a second before your foot makes contact and your brain is like, this isn't right, abort, abort. And that's kind of like what it felt like to be around the dark for me. Looking at it just wasn't something I enjoyed doing, so I would avoid looking at it and avoid being around it. My friend's description of cold suffices, but it wasn't cold. Like, I'd often get goosebumps and shivers, but they didn't really correspond with how cold I felt. Sometimes I can recall experiencing the dark growing up. I lived on a farm about 30-minute walk from the town center. About 20 minutes of that was past street lamps. And then it was a faster walk to the railroad tracks than the streets. So I'd see it in the fields on the walk home at night. Moonlight made it easier for me, but I said, you could feel it even if you couldn't see it. These encounters were unnerving, but it never got close enough to make me run. Those were also 95% of the experience I had with it. At church, I experienced it in the sanctuary of my home church. It's probably the only time that I felt that it was truly maleficent. And it's the only time I saw it move. Rather, it was occupying one location. I turned away, and then it was occupying another location nearer to me when I looked back. I have a friend who shared this experience with me. I'll see if I can get her to add her account. In the hallway of the school, as mentioned before, there were more people that experienced it. So, as creepy as it was, it kind of felt good to know that it wasn't just me hallucinating. One day my mom was sick with something like a bad cold, so she ended up sleeping in my room, while I went over to my parents' room to sleep in their bed with my dad, sort of like a not very effective quarantine. Maybe it was to distract me, or maybe he was feeling generous, but that night my dad decided to let me do a Halo 2 marathon with him. Knowing that my mom would disapprove if she stumbled in, I went over to lock the bedroom door. My dad found that idea funny and let it slide, and soon we were off slaying virtual aliens. Eventually, after a few hours, we both decided to call it a night and went to sleep. I woke up blurry-eyed in the morning, wondering what time it was. Not a moment later, the door suddenly swung open on its own. Aside from the creaky door hinge, the house was silent, not even a whisper of breeze through the air. My dad sat up in bed next to me, apparently having woken up about the same time. We glanced at each other, then back at the open doorway. I crawled out of bed and inspected the door. The handle was locked and stiff, just like I'd left it the night before. My mom snores confirming she wasn't the cause either. To this day, neither Dad nor I know exactly how or why the door opened on its own. The story's not that creepy, but the house itself always had a tingling sensation on the back of my neck. I doubt anyone is reading this, but I do have another story. This one is either a nightmare or a case of sleep paralysis. This happened about 3 or 4 years ago. I was in the hospital following a surgery for my scoliosis, so I was also pretty doped up on painkillers. My dad, being such a great dad, decided to regale me with tales of all the children that probably died in my hospital room or even in my bed. My mom ended up shooting him away so I could go to sleep. She decided to stay that night at the hospital since I needed help just to roll onto my side and sit up. I slept peacefully at first, but sometime through the night I woke up in a half-awake state. Usually in times like this, I'm awake enough to be able to lucid dream afterwards. As I thought of what the dream I might want to have, a stray thought crossed my mind. What about a scary dream? No, that would be bad. Think happy thoughts. It was a futile effort. The more I tried thinking about a more happy idea, the negative thoughts snowballed, and soon I was hearing a flurry of voices, almost like 1,000 children whispering to me. I tried to jerk my head away, but to my horror, I couldn't even move. My eyes flicked to the side to see my sleeping mom, but on my other side, instead of the IV stand, I only saw an aura of darkness. The shadow began to grow, blocking out my vision as the whispering increased in intensity, creating a pressure over my chest. I could feel the weight of the whispering children pressing down, my frantic breathing growing shorter and harder until I could no longer breathe at all. The darkness quickly overwhelmed me, and all I saw was black. Presumably, I just passed out after that. The next morning I woke up completely fine. Based on what I read about sleep paralysis, my experience seems similar, and I've definitely had many episodes of sleep paralysis since then. Funnily enough, these happened often enough during the last year, my thoughts turned from just look away from the dark figure to hurry up, goddammit, and get this over with so I can move my neck. I've been diagnosed by several doctors with an undefined sleep disorder. Effectively, they don't know what it is. It most closely resembles something like hypnotic nightmares, but that isn't it. Anyway, the condition causes me to hallucinate and see disturbing things. It occurs in a sort of waking state, but because it's been happening for going on 20 years, I've gotten to the point to where I just get annoyed and wake myself up when it happens. It isn't terribly frequent, but it does still happen. The thing is, it only ever happens in my bedroom back at my parents' house. I'm a skeptic to my core, physics major, obsessed with all things scientific. The house is like 30 years old and was built by a neighbor, who also lived in it before we did. Nothing tragic, no Indian burial ground. It's a nice suburb. One night my girlfriend at the time was in bed sound asleep with me. I wake up to a loud crash. She's fallen on the floor and screaming, wide awake, staring ahead, and scrambling backwards. She doesn't even think to get me. She's terrified. I immediately rush to get in between her and whatever she's yelling at. What I saw, about 10 feet away, was a low shadow, maybe the size of a Rottweiler, with no distinct shape that I can recall. It grew rapidly, and it was either getting closer or simply growing. As soon as she noticed I was there, she seemed to snap out of it. When I looked back, the thing was gone. More likely, I woke up and stopped hallucinating when she did. Except she doesn't have a condition. She never had a nightmare in the 5 years we were together. She was bawling her eyes out for close to 20 minutes. Afterwards, I ended up staying awake for most of the night. I'd like to think that she just had a nightmare for the first time I've seen. And I reacted to it, but I can tell you, it wasn't the same as things I generally see. When I lived with my parents and worked in retail, I had an early morning shift. I started at 6 a.m. and I'd be home by 12 p.m. Since both my parents worked and my sister was still in high school, I would usually have the house to myself for a while once I got home from work. I came home to an empty house as usual and plopped my ass down for post-work shit. I would do this with the door open since no one was home. As I was browsing Reddit and delivering my package, I heard the laundry room door open and close. The way the house was set up, you had to go through the laundry room to get into the garage. The door that led from the laundry room to the garage was very heavy and always made a loud sound that would vibrate the house when it was closed. It also made a sticking sound when you opened it. I heard the door make its sticking noise to open and then the loud noise of it closing. Figuring that one of my parents came home early or something, I slapped the bathroom door closed partway and yelled, "Hello!" But there was no response. We had creaky wood floors at the time, so anytime anybody walked through the house, it would make loud, audible creaks and cracking sounds. I heard the wood creaking and groaning as someone walked a few feet into the living room, and then the sound stopped. I did notice, however, that there was no sound of shoes on the floor, just the creaking. I figured either my mom or dad walked over to the carpeted area in the living room where you couldn't hear footsteps and sat on the couch. I yelled out again to no response. I finished wiping my ass and left the bathroom to go greet whoever it was, and there was no one there. That's when I started getting a bad feeling. It was literally impossible to walk across the floor without someone hearing it. I would know. I learned this by trying to sneak out many times in high school. You couldn't hide that noise if you wanted to, and especially not if you just had come home from work and didn't have a reason to sneak around. I would have 100% heard someone walk out of the living room and into another bedroom or into the kitchen. I checked everywhere. The kitchen, my bedroom, my sister's bedroom, my parents' bedroom, my dad's office, the patio, the garage, nobody. There wasn't a soul in sight. The door leading from the laundry room to the garage was unlocked, but we always left it unlocked. Theoretically, someone could have broken in, heard me yell, then left through the same door. But there was no physical way to close the door silently or muffle their footsteps as they left the house. The garage door was also closed, and the door on the side of the garage was also locked, so they wouldn't have been able to leave through there. I called both of my parents just to be safe, and neither of them said that they had been to the house since they left that morning. They were both miles and miles away from home. This really made me feel uneasy, and I snuck up off to the room to try to forget the whole incident. I told them what happened when they got home, and they agreed that it sounded weird, but there was no signs of forced entry or anything stolen, so we couldn't do anything about it. I had a few other creepy incidences in that house over 21 years that I lived there, but this is the one that stood out the most by far. Years ago, when I was a teenager and still living at home, a 200-year-old house in a medieval town, I was playing PlayStation in a good sitting room. We weren't allowed to eat food or wear shoes in that room. I was totally into my game. And then my little brother plodded in, really stomping his feet, shoes on, and crunching on what I assumed to be a packet of crisps, no food allowed. He sat in the chair to my right. I didn't take my guy off the game, but saw the movement from the outer of my eye. He kept crunching, and I shouted to him to get out. With that, he got up and stomped back out. A while later, when my game was finished, I went downstairs and gave out about him to my mother. I told how he was doing his best to make me lose my game by being really annoying, crunching crisps really loudly. She looked at me like I was crazy. Then she told me that he wasn't home since morning. He was at his best friend's house. I can still hear the crunching, and I can still see him out of the corner of my eye. It was so clear. There was somebody there. I also experienced pokes in my back while I tried to sleep. I heard someone on the stairs, but no one there. Things that would often be moved around, but no one had moved them, that sort of thing. Fast forward to several years ago. Roadworks were taking place, and outside the house they discovered a medieval skeleton of a child. They believed she was sacrificed as she was facing the sea. It was not within the abbey boundaries. The house is an old abbey, and was posed. She is still there, and they believe she's probably one of many. I have several stories, so I'll make them as short as possible. Here's story 1. When I was 7, my great-grandpa died of natural causes. Now keep in mind, I was a total slob as a child, never cleaning up after myself. I wake up one day in a half-asleep daze, a few weeks after the funeral. I see my great-grandpa putting away all of my clean clothes that were on the floor the night before. He says to me, "Hey, sweetie, go back to bed, I'm just cleaning." I wake up a second time a few hours later, walk over to where he was standing, and see all my clothes that were on the floor neatly put away in my dresser. I asked my mom if she put away my clothes. She said no, and her jaw dropped. Story 2. When I was 8, my cousin died from a collision with a semi as her car lost control on black ice. About a month or so passes, and I'm put in grief counseling because my young brain couldn't process such an early, violent death. One morning at my grandma's, again I wake up in a half-asleep daze, and she's on her knees on the floor smiling at me. She said, "When you're ready, I have the kids' table set up for some tea, okay?" I don't remember if or how I reacted, but I blinked and she was gone. I didn't go back to sleep this time. The kids' table was set up, and cups and pretend drinks and teapots. I asked my grandma if she did this. She said no. Story 3. This one is more tame, but still freaked me out. My dad died when I was 19, and his ashes were separated between me, my sister, and my brother. Maybe a week into having his ashes and lights in my apartment, they start to flicker nonstop. We tried changing the bulbs, calling maintenance to fix it, but nothing worked. I texted my sister and asked if she had anything weird happened since receiving his ashes. She said she had the same problem with her lights and that she'd never experienced in her house. Now I know it's frowned upon to contact the dead, but the flickering light was annoying me to no end. I said out loud, "If you're here, Dad, could you please give me any other sign that doesn't involve messing with my shit?" I got a knock on my bedroom door at 2 a.m. I was home alone, and the security footage showed no sign of a break-in. Story 4. My mom's house is haunted as well. We've had a ghost since we moved in there, when I was a kid. There's a very clear footstep coming from the upstairs all the time, and this asshole of a ghost likes to slam open and shut our kitchen cupboards. When I was around 7 years old, I woke up in the middle of the night because I thought I heard loud noises in the house. I walked out of my room and glanced down the long hallway where I could see the street light shining through the window into the kitchen floor. I rubbed my eyes and saw what appeared to be my younger brother standing just beyond the beam of light in the shadow. I walked toward him to see what was going on, and as I got closer and closer, it became more and more clear that this small boy was not my brother at all. It was standing there super still, head tilted and just staring at me with these piercing dark eyes that I'll never ever forget. I ran straight into my parents' room as fast as I could and slept in their bed that night. I never brought it up to them, and I did my best to try and forget it. I think I almost convinced myself that I made it up in my head. Fast forward several years later, and I'm a senior in high school hanging out with my then girlfriend. My brother and a few of his friends at his house. It was dark and storming outside, and the power had just gone out. I decided to light a candle, put it in the middle of us that we were all laying and talking on the floor. Someone randomly suggested that we tell ghost stories, and I immediately thought about my encounter 10 years prior. I said, "Guys, I'm going to tell you something that I've never told a single soul. I saw something many years ago right here in this very house, and I don't give a fuck if you believe me or not. I 100% saw something paranormal right over there, actually," pointing over to the kitchen. Before I could even start my story, my brother goes, "Wait a second, are you serious?" I glanced over at him confused as to why he had interrupted me. He then looked me dead in the eyes, his face distressed and turning a little bit white. Did you happen to see a little boy?" My jaw dropped and I was at a complete loss for words. Everyone around us immediately started freaking out too because they instantly grasped that we had both seen the same thing. I still get goosebumps thinking about it. Probably about 10 years ago now, I was dating a girl for a few years. I once brought her over. We were going to stay the night at my parents' house and go to breakfast with them in the morning for a thing that I can't really remember. We got to their house pretty late, probably 11 p.m. Get out of the car and she stops and looks toward the backyard. I look at her and she asks me if my parents had a dog that was out. I say no and ask her why. My parents had small dogs, which were happily inside and not biting my ankles. So she describes a large black dog that ran through the backyard, ran through overgrown grass and then behind the shed. The thing is, she never seen my parents' yard before. It was in rural Florida. The grass next to the shed was overgrown because they had giant rocks lined up. Nothing could run through that. And more importantly, they had a fence that couldn't easily be opened and never was opened just out of view. The dog she described as large and black. matched the description of an old family dog of which I never once described to her. The dog was buried behind that shed. Also, never once described to her that. I'm pretty sure she was haunted in general. For another thing that nobody asked for, when we lived together, her house was haunted. Taps, knocks, and pounds through the entire house, on any wall and sometimes table and doors too. But only near us. Loud, one thump in the wall, taps on the wall following us down the hallway. I hated it. Her brother also lived with us, who never once heard anything of the sort. I distinctly remember us talking about it in bed late one night, but we heard just one big thump on the wall directly behind us in bed. I didn't like that either. The same night she stayed over at my parents' house, we started hearing tapping on the walls around us, which is something that has never happened in that house. Honestly, thinking about it still gives me goosebumps. The thing about paranormal experiences, you gotta live it to believe it. That's what happened to me. I had this experience in 2016 when I visited Mel, my cousin's home. I was dropping off her mom at home. Since it was a long drive, it started getting dark, and they asked me to stay over. Next morning, I woke up late, and Mel served us breakfast and told me her mom and she were going to the local market, and her husband is gone to attend an emergency work. So she told me to lock the doors. So I locked the doors and turned on the heater and went to get some towels in the guest room. When I came back, the switch was turned off. I thought it was faulty switches. That was the only logical explanation when you had no belief in paranormal activity. So I switched it on again and I entered the shower and locked the door. Halfway through the shower, I heard something, and it was like something locking the bathroom doors from outside, and it freaked me out. And I tried to open the doors, and it was locked from the outside, so I started banging at the door and shouting that I have a phone and I'll call the cops if they don't leave. A few seconds later, the door just opened itself with no lock sound, so I rushed out and checked the house for any intruders. All doors and windows were closed, except the front main window, which had crossbars. There's no way someone could enter through that, except for a cat. I came to the conclusion that the door could have just been stuck, so I let it pass despite the fact I heard something locking it from the outside. 20 minutes later, Mel and her mom returned and told me to stay over because it's the weekend and she was planning to cook ribs, so I stayed over. In the evening around 3:25, Jeff came home. Later, we were sitting in the patio and discussing about random topics. Mel went in to check on the ribs, and I hear her voice calling, "Mom." So I turned right to her mom, and I saw Mel sitting beside her mom. And I was still hearing Mel's voice clearly from inside the house, and I was completely frozen for a second. I panicked and I said, "Did y'all hear that?" Jeff said, "Just don't acknowledge it or respond to it, and it'll stop." I was totally freaked, and I responded, "What the fuck was that?" Mel said that sometimes we hear voices or some paranormal activities happening around the house, but it didn't occur frequently. I was like, "What the fuck, for reals? You're telling me something unexplainable is happening around you and you're okay with that?" Jeff told me that there are around 12 to 15 bodies found in the lake during the 90s before they moved in. That lake is right behind the house, in 30 meters, and the previous owner of the house had a priest who involved in exorcism activities, which they came to know about only later. Mel's in-law bought the property in 2003 without any knowledge about it. Mel and Jeff moved in around 2009 after refurbishment. Jeff said something that they would see a small girl in a white frock giggling and running in the house, and he assured me nothing harmful has ever happened to them through the years, though. The moment you find something beyond your understanding is happening, and it'll completely fuck you up. I was around 21 at that time since that incident. I had the feeling of someone following me in the dark or someone constantly watching me. I had to take medication and do mental exercises for 3 years and tried to keep myself around friends or family at all times. Once upon a time, I lived on South Beach, Miami, and worked at a local alternative clothing store right on the main strip. One day in the middle of summer, I was at work with the store owner there with me. It was the slow season, and customers were scarce. So she made herself busy dressing mannequins on one side of the store, while I sat folding t-shirts behind a display case on the other side. It was boring to say the least, but at one point the owner interrupted me to ask if I had seen her kids come through. They lived upstairs, so this would not have been unusual. However, I had not, and told her so. When I asked her why, she said she could have sworn she heard some kids laughing and talking somewhere in the store. But I hadn't heard a damn thing. So she went back to her task, obviously confused. I went back to work folding clothes and thought nothing more of it. All was still, quiet, and completely unremarkable for the next 10 minutes or so, until a sudden movement in the corner of my eye caught my attention. I then turned to look just in time to see my bottle of vitamin water launch itself from where it was sitting on top of the display case and slam into the wall 5 feet behind it and spill all over the floor. No joke. That fucker flew into the wall like it had been hit by a baseball bat, hard enough to hit a home run. To say that I was perplexed would be an understatement. I sat there frozen and stared at the mess as I struggled to comprehend what had just happened. I would have seen if someone threw it, and no one was around, not a damn soul. But it wasn't physically possible, right? My brain felt like it was going to short circuit. A few moments later, I was still staring stupidly at the mess when the owner walked up to check on me. "Is everything all right?" she asked, when she saw what had happened. I didn't know what to say, but I think I mumbled something about a bottle getting knocked off the counter, and told her that I'd clean it up right away. Satisfied but still confused, she shrugged and walked away. Now this is the thought that was really wild. If you've ever seen a vitamin water cap before, you know it's made of hard, thick plastic that's nearly impossible to break without a tool of some kind. So whatever quantum force decided to make an example out of my bottle that day had to have been especially powerful, because the impact it made against the wall split the cap clean through the center, sending both pieces flying in opposite directions before they hit the floor. I'm just glad I wasn't in the way. So yeah, take it from me. Poltergeists don't fuck around. I've had a few, but this one is the only one I can't explain in some reasonable way. It was late at night, but my cousin and I decided to go to our grandparents' house. We both lived about a 3-minute walking distance from them, so we walked. We live in different houses, but we're close. He told me he will be late, so I'll be alone. As soon as I left my house, I saw smoke moving from left to right. It was behind the building across from me, so I didn't see when it went right. I thought it was just the wind due to the fact that it was winter and many people were heating up their houses, so smoke came from there. But as it crossed the street, a fear took over me. It stopped me dead in my tracks. I looked up and saw the smoke again, but it was going against the wind and it was looking like it was jumping on the house. It didn't float. It was leaping toward me. It was steel on the roof and it was getting closer. I just started running. I ran to my grandparents' house, but I could still see it from the corner of my eye, leaping from house to house. I was a few houses away from my destination when I lost it. I couldn't see it, but as I looked up to my grandparents' house, I saw a blue orb-like thing on top of it. It was just moving on the roof, and I froze from fear. I was just looking up at it. Then I felt something grab my leg. The neighbor has let out his puppy and it squeezed through the fence just to jump on my leg. I was so happy to see him. I think that's when I realized I wasn't alone. When I locked up at the house again, the orb was gone, and I ran into the house. I was shaking from fear, and my grandma had to calm me down. But what really scared me was when my cousin walked in. His face was so white, I knew something was up. He told us that there was an orb on the roof, but he had just ran past it. That was something that scared me the most. It was still there. Greetings from Paranormal M, your one-stop shop for all things mysterious and unexplained. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss out on any of our intriguing stories. We hope you enjoy listening as much as we enjoy sharing. Old story about a police officer who may have been an angel. This happened about 10 years ago. I was barely 20 years old living in Massachusetts. I was driving to my college at the time. I commuted to school. And this particular day was very snowy, icy, and sleeting. I didn't know why school was in session, but in the Northeast, they don't take bad weather very seriously. I think we've all seen the memes of cars and piles of snow on them saying that we're heading out to work. That's New England for you. So anyway, I'm driving to school and I was late. The road of which I was driving was a 2-lane highway that was very steep. Between the 2 lanes were Jersey barriers, and the opposite flow of traffic was on the other side. Like many roads in Massachusetts, there's no shoulders, and there was no turnarounds. Once you were on this highway, you had to drive another 5 miles before you could pull off the closest exit. It was the type of highway where if your car stopped, you'd be screwed, because there's nowhere to pull off. Again, lack of shoulders and grass. Just concrete barriers on both sides and a barrier in the middle. It was dangerous, but many people had died on it. Even a friend of my mom's coworker died on it. I was driving pretty fast for the type of weather I was in. I was in the far left, and I could see a tractor trailer in the far right, but behind my car. Suddenly, my car fishtailed, and I spun out completely. I was suddenly in the far right, facing oncoming traffic. The tractor trailer was coming at me, like coming at me. There was no time or place to go. I remember this feeling came over me like my brain didn't register what was happening. And suddenly, out of nowhere, my car was in reverse. And it was a miracle of a small little shoulder, but still facing oncoming traffic. I don't know how it happened, and I remember being in shock how I did that. The tractor trailer blew by me in a second. I was literal toast if I didn't get onto that shoulder. Breathing heavy and saying to myself, did I really just do that? Within what must have been 10 or 15 seconds, I hear a few knocks on my driver window. I know it was about 10 to 15 seconds because I had the Britney Spears song Stronger on my car flipped on the bridge of the song, and the knock came at my window at the last chorus. I opened the window and a young male police officer is now staring right at me. He then says, "Hey, I saw your car spin out. I see the lights behind now, and his car parked right behind me. It's the same small squeeze of a shoulder we had." That ended up very quickly ahead. Clearly seeing me in what probably looked like total shock, he continued on. "You were going too fast." I said, "Yeah, I know." And then he says, in a nearly soft but direct tone, "Stop rushing. Why are you rushing? You need to relax, okay? Relax." It was something like that. He then says how he's going to stop traffic so I can turn my car around in the proper direction and get back onto the road. It's fuzzy how he did it, but I just remember him stopping the flow. I turned my car around out of the shoulder. Remember, my car was facing the wrong direction, so I wouldn't have to be able to even turn my car around to get back onto this icy, sleet, busy highway, and slowly pull it back into the proper direction I was supposed to be in. I continue on and look behind me. Normally you can see a cop pull out after you, see the lights on or the car themselves if they turn it off, etc. But all I saw were the cars that were waiting for me now driving. It's weird to explain, but this cop disappeared in seconds. I mean, disappeared. Like I said, there was nowhere for this cop to go. The only turnaround, the small cutout the median cops tend to use in different directions, wasn't for another mile ahead, and the first exit off was for another 5 miles. This little shoulder ended right after where I was, and this cop was nowhere to be seen. It was so weird. I remember looking back several times in my mirror and saying, "Where did he go? What?" It was so odd, I thought about it all day. I came home and told my parents what happened. Of course, in shock that my car spun out in the opposite direction and I almost hit a tractor trailer, I told them exactly where this took place, how my car went into reverse, in which I have no recollection of, and the magical cop that showed up in 10 seconds and disappeared just as fast. My own parents thought it was the strangest thing. I've told the story to a few people I know, who have also called it very weird. I think, and my parents agreed, either that cop was sent by God at that exact moment I needed help, or he wasn't really a cop at all. It's been a decade and I still think about this encounter. Without that man, I wouldn't be able to get back into the highway unless I took a risk and sat there in confusion and shock with the possibility of hitting someone while in the snow. Ice and sleet fell on my car. It was a very peculiar and life-saving encounter I won't forget. Vivid blue swirls, then bam. This event makes no sense. My wife, son, and I arrived home from spending my salary on an armful of groceries. Hyperinflation, am I right? They were still outside grabbing the smaller and lighter stuff. I had done the typical guy thing by grabbing everything to the point of looking like a pack mule. I step into the kitchen. Immediately the hair on my neck stood up. In front of me in midair were 3 nebulae, looking blue and teal with colored swirls. Much like a projection from a movie projector looks like, but much less bright and more dull. I suppose like a projection in a bright light looks like. I stood there like an idiot, completely confused. Partly this is cool, and partly this is strange and ridiculous. Mostly, this is impossible. As I'm stood there, I hear a loud bang. I turn quickly to figure out the culprit. The door behind me had slammed shut, and the chair behind said door then slowly flopped over and fell in front of the door that had just slammed itself. I was standing there trying to figure out what just took place when my son comes in. He looks at me and I say, "Did you do that?" He says, "Do what, Daddy?" I say, "Never mind, buddy." I then ask my wife for the same thing. She just says, "Is everything okay, honey?" I say, "Look." She asks if I knocked the chair over. I said, "No, damn it. That's why I'm perplexed, standing here staring at the chair and door." She admitted to me a few strange little happenings her and my son had been witness to while I'd been working. There's a bridge near where I grew up in bumfuck Tennessee that is notorious for screaming at people at night. The screams aren't audible to the houses nearby, and supposedly you have to sit on the actual bridge to hear it at all, though I personally haven't tested it or anything like that. The common explanation is that it's a bobcat that lives under the bridge, but people have checked with dogs and such and never find any sign of any. Well, some friends and myself had heard this story for years, all growing up, but never tested it. So, one night after a few beers, we get up the notion that we're going to go test this thing. So 5 drunk guys pile into a beat-up car, and we drive down to the park on the bridge. This is like 1:30 a.m. or so, and it's dead silent out. We sat there for a good 45 minutes. Nothing happened. We had the windows down and had started debating whether or not it was all bullshit when the scream happened. We had the lights off, and there was a moon, so you could see pretty well. And there for sure wasn't anything outside the car. But it was fucking loud, and it sounded like a woman with a particularly powerful lung having her skin ripped off right outside the window of the car, the rear passenger side, that faced the edge of the bridge. Now I've heard bobcats in heat while hunting, and they do kind of scream, scream, scream kind of thing. It's hard to describe it, but they do a little repeating burst. This was a good 3 or 4 second extended scream at incredible volume. We tore out of there like a demon was chasing us. A couple of miles down the road, we finally stopped and actually processed what happened. My adrenaline was going so badly, I was so scared, I was just shaking uncontrollably. One of my friends had actually pissed himself, which I'd never seen anyone actually do. One friend immediately left the car and vomited. To give what I think was a good frame of reference to how actually terrifying this was, my friend whose car we were in wasn't even mad at the friend that pissed all over his seat. It was that insane. To this day, I have no explanation for it. I'm not sure if I had an encounter. This was something that happened back in 2016 at an apartment I lived basically my whole life. I'm a Buddhist, and growing up, my family and I believe in paranormal beings and spiritual events. I had a pet parrot at the time, who sleeps on the bed with me, and I've had him for about 2 years or so. My apartment is cleansed by monks every year, a cultural tradition, and I've never experienced or sensed anything paranormal inside the house. As far as I remember, that particular month, I would get consistent nightmares. I would dream about being in a battlefield and I would be shot dead and would wake up in cold sweats in the middle of the night. One thing I noticed was that every time I wake up my parrot, it would be up and alert and would always be looking in one direction, which is that corner of my room. I talked to my parents about it, but they just discarded it. But at that one night, it was intense. It felt so real, and this guy dressed in an army uniform kept repeating the same phrase, "It's time to come back home." After that, when I woke up in cold sweats again, I noticed that my parent had jumped out of the bed and was literally in front squawking aggressively, as if it was trying to attack something at the same corner. By that time, I screamed for my parents, and when they came in for my parrot, it just stopped. And it was staring. In a sense, we're watching someone walk around. I told my parents everything that night, and my dad was pretty chill and told me someone from the past life might have visited me. After that night, those nightmares never came back, and everything is as normal as it can be. I'm not sure what happened, though. Still wondering about it till today. Back in 2013, I had just moved to a new house in a 3-house complex with my parents. Back in the day, I had a Siberian Husky with me. Goodest of boys. My bedroom was located right above the garage, which connected the backyard where my dog would spend the night. The second night after moving, my parents here, both asleep in their room, and I could hear my dog barking away at around 11:30 p.m. He just wouldn't stop. So I got a little concerned and decided to go check him out. He was an older dog by then, and this behavior wasn't normal on him. When I found him, he was very agitated, and I struggled to calm him down, but eventually succeeded and led him back to the backyard. I then went back inside and went to wash my hands on the bathroom located close to the garage. Then I felt someone touch my right shoulder, and I heard a female voice say, "Why did you take the dog away?" The first thought in my mind was that it was my mom, so I replied by saying that he would keep the neighbors up if I didn't. But then I immediately realized it couldn't have been her, as she was asleep upstairs. I immediately ran up to check and found both of my parents sleeping in their room. A couple of days later, our new neighbor came to say hi. She was clearly distressed, and after asking what was going on, she told us that 2 days before we arrived at the complex, the nanny she hired to take care of her kids had committed suicide in their house. Furthermore, she was worried about her youngest child and would comment about seeing her roaming around the house. I still believe it was the spirit of their nanny that spoke to me that day. It never happened again, though. Tales of small people exist in various parts of Mexico as well. Went to Puerto Vallarta a couple of months ago and we exchanged stories over a campfire. One story included tales about small people in the state of Guanajuato. Apparently, they enjoy playing tricks on people. They come out at night and mess with you. We were told that when she, the person telling the story, was young and lived in Guanajuato, her parents would warn her not to go out at night because the duendes would get her. They also all slept in the same room at the end of the night, and they would always hear shuffling and things moving in the early hours of the morning. They would find things in places they didn't leave them, and they would wake up to messes that a child would leave behind. They would never go out to investigate, but apparently one time her father did, and said he saw little people, and never spoke much of it after that. People would occasionally disappear as well. Once such development came to their city, power, utilities, basic necessities, people, and new buildings. The tales of small people disappeared. Their town had a lot of strange happenings before it became modern. Same thing for my family as well. Parents came from a poor town that had no electricity until the mid-70s, but before that came there were tales and sightings of witchcraft and a giant snake that lived in the hills above my town. People disappearing and people having curses placed on them. My grandparents told me a story once where they saw a woman float away into the air at about 3 or 4 in the morning. My grandmother didn't stick around to see who it was. My parents' town was also developed over soil where many soldiers lost their lives during war. When my grandparents were building their home, they built our home as well. They removed a lot of skeletal remains. Apparently my home is haunted over there, but I never experienced anything. One of my cousins did, though. He said he always heard things like, "Chinga tu madre," fuck your mother, and whispered gibberish into his ear. One time he said a person appeared in front of, maybe 3 feet away from his face. He closed his eyes and they were gone. My aunt, his mom, said he went running home banging on the door with a petrified look on his face. My cousin is not the kind of person to make this up. He has experienced other supernatural things as well, and also had run-ins with the cartel, even though that's not supernatural, and seen some other unexplainable things happen. I hope I never experience these things. I haven't been to Mexico in 14 years. I'm planning a trip soon. I'll keep in touch if I experience anything. I got something that happened to me and a couple of buddies. I was 16 and my buddies were around the same age. We were on summer break, so we were partying all the time. One of my buddies invited my best bud and I to his house because his mom was gone for the night. Now we lived in a small town, maybe 8,000 people, and he lived about 15 miles out of town. So a really desolate area with only 2 to 3 neighbors within a 5-mile radius. There's a river that runs through his property, across to mountains, and some crazy caves. I only ventured into the caves a couple times because it's like a 7-mile walk along the river. There's some awesome Indian paintings on the rock walls there, like paintings of deer, birds, the sun. My buddy's dad showed the caves to him when he was alive, and he was very into his Native American culture. The caves weren't creepy at the time, but now looking back, it was pretty damn strange. It's about 3 a.m., and we're just hanging out in his living room, drinking and smoking the night away. They couldn't get cable or satellite out there, so it was just us bullshitting while on the couch. All night we were hearing stuff outside, some knocks and cracks. We just thought it was either a cougar playing around in the woods or some drunkard shooting guns across the river. We were at this house a lot in the summer and have seen plenty of deer and cougars on this property. We weren't spooked at all. Then all the power goes out. Pitch black everywhere. Looked outside and couldn't see a thing. So the 3 of us are sort of joking about it and thinking it would come back on in a second. About 5 minutes pass when I say, "What is that?" My buddies shut up and start to hear what I'm hearing. It sounded like a vacuum type of sound, like a bunch of air being moved around really, really fast. Maybe what people hear during a tornado. Then after all of us heard this strange sound, bam, something hits the side of the house, shakes the entire wall that I'm sitting beside. We went from joking to curious to holy shit, get me out of here. In about 10 minutes, none of us had cell phones on us, which were pretty worthless anyways out there, and his landline was down as well. Couldn't call anyone. No neighbors, nothing. We decided to light a candle because we couldn't find a flashlight. We opened the back door to see where the breaker was because it was in the backyard. You couldn't see a thing. It smelled like awful sulfur outside. All they have out there is well water, so we thought maybe it was the water line that broke into the house. My buddy ran outside to the candle and flipped the breaker. Nothing. We could see across the river and saw the light on the backyard of the house. It was so strange. For the next 3 to 4 hours, we laid on the floor of the living room, just hoping his mom would show up. Finally, through the trees, we saw headlights. We ran outside and told his mom something broke under the house and fucked up the power. She went to the breaker, got the power back on, checked the pipes, and everything was okay. Being 16, I just thought of it as maybe nothing. But 11 years later, I still can't tell you what happened that night. I've never heard that sound again and have no idea why the power shit on us. And not the houses around us. And what hit so hard that it knocked out the power for the house early this morning? A giant owl? A cougar? Maybe a bear? I have no idea, but whatever it was, I don't think it was trying to hurt us. My wife and I were at my in-laws, and at one point we were about to leave to our house, but before that, my father-in-law decided he was tired, and my mother-in-law said she needed to go to the bathroom. So, while picking up my stuff, my wife suddenly decided that she also needed to go to the restroom, leaving me alone in the small living room. I got bored immediately, so I picked up my phone to read Reddit or something. 2 minutes pass and I see my wife walk real quick through the hallway connecting the living and the kitchen, and I ask if she's ready. She didn't answer and kept walking, so I followed her into the kitchen and repeated the same question while blocking my phone and lowering it down to my pocket, but still no answer. She kept walking really quick through the kitchen to the dining room, and so I followed, thinking maybe she forgot something. As soon as she walks by, I followed her while asking a third time if we were leaving, and she kept walking through another hallway, leading to a bigger living room and a bathroom for guests. My in-laws' house is really nice and big, by the way, so I'm thinking maybe she wants us to go to the guest bathroom because of some unknown reason, or maybe needed privacy. So I walked back to the kitchen and proceeded to unlock my phone and yell, "Hey baby, whenever you're ready, just tell me." And like 30 seconds later, I could hear her yelling from my in-laws' room that she was terribly bored and that she wanted to go home. That's when my blood felt like ice and I got confused. So I tried to ask as calmly as possible, "Are you ready or not?" And my wife kept yelling until she came to the kitchen through the opposite way I thought she was. Immediately she saw my face and asked what the fuck happened. So I ran to the guest bathroom and opened the door. Nothing. Ran to the dinner room table. And then to the big living, nothing. Then I saw her a bit scared and I explained what was going on. I noticed that the woman I saw wasn't even dressed as my wife. And I was also distracted by the phone, that I just didn't even think about the way my wife was dressed. She said that no one was at the house except for us and her parents, who already were asleep at their bed. That was a couple years ago, and I still open the living room door from time to time expecting to see that woman. It gives me the chills to think what would have happened if I kept following. Was she going to show me something? Tell me something? Was she real? Or is it just my head playing tricks on me? What the hell? Stereotypical skeptic here. Went for a trip with high school friends at one of their cabins on the coast of Lake Huron. 2 days in, we have a bonfire and a barbecue. It's the most beautiful, clear, calm night I've ever seen, including camping in Utah wilderness. There was literally no audible waves. The lake was perfectly reflecting the sky until the full moon slowly crept into its zenith and washed everything into a silver glow. I cannot accurately share the awe I had for the nature at that moment. So everyone, except for my girlfriend and I, had some edibles, as we had to leave right the next day and didn't know the dosage, so for work reasons, we played it safe. Eventually, the fire burns to embers, and the embers die out. It has to be about 3 or 4 at this time. The only one awake are my girlfriend, my best friend Richard, and myself. We spent the last half hour just silently contemplating our lives when it happened. First, my senses dulled. It felt like hearing became muffled, my vision slightly blurry, and even smells seemed weak. One is able to see cargo ship on the lakes at night, but suddenly they all vanished on the horizon. Even the beautiful reflections just seemed to vanish, so all of a sudden, that all was left was a dim silver moon in an otherwise pitch-black sky. At this point, I looked at the others and noticed them squirming in the seats, looking worried. Then I heard something, a crunching underfoot of something walking the Pebbles beach. Very, very loud and very distinct. And somewhat far off in the distance, muffled a little, was someone crying. This was full-on grief crying, almost bawling. This was a full moon night, and even with the blurry vision I experienced, one could still see any shapes of figures on the beach in both directions for at least 2 miles. Not a soul save for our group was on this beach. After 2 minutes, I noticed the footsteps becoming far louder as they were approaching us, and I just started feeling extremely sad and paranoid. I felt as if there was no point to anything. All I could feel was grief. I wish to stress that my wife and I were completely sober, while our friend Richard was very, very high. But all 3 of us at the time decided to nope right the hell out of there. We didn't say anything. We looked at each other, couldn't tell all 3 of us felt extremely sad for no reason, and just instantly walked back up to the cabin offshore without even grabbing our stuff. When we walked off the beach, it took about 2 minutes before everything seemed to go back to normal. The cabin itself is about 6 meters above the beach, so you could get an even better view, and we could confirm not a soul was walking on the beach at all. Cut to the next day. I wake up and cook breakfast for everyone, but I felt uneasy. I talked to my girlfriend and got shocked when she says that she felt grief-stricken last night. Then Richard says, "Man, I must have been really out there, because I got super paranoid and sad." I brush it off as being tired, though at least at the time I was wide awake. While relaxing the day away, we find some book about the lakes. I grab one from the light reading in the hammock outside. It's a book of stories and history of the lake. I'm into that sort of thing and start breezing through when I come across a story about Minnie Quay, a small-town legend about a girl who loved a sailor and when he didn't return, walked off a pier and committed suicide. Pretty standard sea legend trope, really. But then I read on and find she's supposed to haunt the beaches of one Forester, Michigan. And that right there is when I freaked out. I ran out to my girlfriend and Richard and demanded, maybe a little too spontaneously, for them to write down what happened next. They are confused but oblige, and when we read through, we see each of us experience the same series of events down to the small details. Our cabin was in Forester, Michigan, and we heard Minnie Quay weeping for her lost love. Hell, we felt it. I wish to state the following. 1. I swear I never once heard of Minnie Quay beforehand, even in passing. No one until that moment even knew. 2. All of our friends were asleep and accounted for in the cabin, and the only way for it was via stairs, so no way they could scare us when walking past us. 3. I aim to be a scientist, so I take empirical evidence as paramount. It is very possible, especially given weather conditions, for distinct echo effect explaining the sounds. Maybe some area of localized waves moved the stony beach just enough. but no explanation for all three of us having the same environmental dulling and feeling of grief. At least none that I'm aware of. So yeah, that's my one and only true paranormal experience. I 100% believe, well, not in ghosts exactly, but that something is clearly responsible for the origins of such legends, and that the Ballad of Minnie Quay, yes, there is a ballad for her, has some basis in fact. Grief-stricken, no thank you, never want to experience that again fact. A few years back, I was backpacking with my girlfriend, deep in a state park in northeast Pennsylvania. Late one night, I couldn't sleep. The woods are spooky at night, and I saw a floating light. Both me and my girlfriend could see the light through the thin fabric of our tents as it floated up and down, slowly coming closer to us. I thought it was another hiker, a forest ranger. Nope. Silent. I was freaking out. I verified that she could see it too. I yelled. I called out. It was still silent. I too freaked out to open the zipper. The light approached from a few dozen yards away, traveling in a wave-like path up and down. The light made a circle around her tent, coming as close as to about maybe 3 feet, and left the same way it came. The next day at a ranger station, I asked if anyone had reported seeing floating lights, and naturally, they said no. The only explanation I could believe was that I had encountered a truly unexplainable phenomenon. I was reluctant to call it a ghost or an alien. I normally don't believe in anything like that, so my mind just couldn't wrap itself around what I had seen. 2 years later, my girlfriend and I were hiking a couple dozen miles deep into a different forest in North Pennsylvania. Same tent. Late one night, I couldn't sleep, and again I saw a light through the fabric of my tent. Again, I verified that both I and my girlfriend could see the light. It got closer, floating up and down just like before, when suddenly it landed on the tent. It was a firefly. It was a goddamn firefly the whole time. Sometimes fireflies don't turn off their butts for a while. Sometimes they leave their light on as they fly around, scaring the bejesus out of innocent hikers. I've often wondered how many floating light orb stories could be explained that way. Me and family moved into a house when I was still in high school, and the moment I first walked in, it felt weird to me. It felt like someone had just left the room. It was a very long story, so bear with me. I'd hear footsteps at night, some even by my bed. Crazy dreams. My niece dreamed that she was floating to the ceiling when she spent the night with us. In her dream, her nose touched the ceiling. I dreamt that my mom gave her her dresser and that it was haunted. I told my mom about it, and she turned white. She told me that she was planning to give me her dresser and forgot to tell me. Flies. There were a ton of flies in the guest room windows. I couldn't figure out how to remove the window screens, so I got a newspaper to kill them. The more I killed, the more there were. I killed over 200 before my stomach finally got queasy and I gave up. They didn't swarm or anything like in the movies. Could be a non-paranormal reason for them, but it was very unusual. Something pulled my mom and dad's blanket and sheet off their bed. My mom was awake, but my dad wasn't. She pulled the blanket and the sheets back up and did it again. The blanket and sheet were pulled all the way into the floor at the foot of the bed. My mom pulled them back up and laid there under the covers, gripping them until morning. She didn't wake my dad. She didn't want to ruin both their sleep. My niece was standing in the big basement. She could hear something running circles around her, but she couldn't see anything. My mom would hear the same voice occasionally, but from upstairs. My mom heard my guitar in the basement, and I assumed I left my amp on. Our basement had a locked door with no other way in, so I went to check. Guitar was in my case, and the amp wasn't on. She would also hear my stereo I kept down there, but same result. I moved my stuff upstairs after that. My niece heard some kind of chanting while watching TV one night, but there was no chanting in what she was watching. She'd turn the sound down and it would go away. I wouldn't get up in the mornings before school and wash my hair in the kitchen because the house didn't have a shower, just a bathtub. It always felt like someone was standing there behind me when I did this. Sometimes it felt like someone was walking behind you through the house. I always felt watched there, even when I was alone. I had some pretty heavy metal posters on my bedroom wall. Some had skulls. I had these posters at my previous house, and they didn't bug me. But at this house, I began to have weird dreams about them, so I trashed them. The energy in the room seemed to get a little bit better afterwards. I had a second-story bedroom, and there's no way anyone could see inside. But I always felt like someone was watching from the window or the area next to the window. One day, the house owner told us that her and her husband wanted their house back. My mom told my sister that it wasn't their house, it was the devil's house, and that the owners should just write devil on the front door. A few nights later, I was in the bathroom and noticed that the word devil was on the back of the bathroom door. My sister and mom asked if I did, and I hadn't. We went to clean it off, and it wouldn't come off. It was part of the wood. It looked like when you write with your finger on a surface, and you can see your natural oil from your finger on the surface. Except this wouldn't wash off. We kept it covered with a towel. My mom heard a really deep voice one night. She said it was either a growl, and she couldn't make out what it said. As we began to pack one day, me and my niece were boxing up the kitchen while my mom was boxing up knickknacks in the living room. The two rooms were separated by just a counter. My mom said a gray, smoky figure walked through, and she couldn't see its head look around at all. The packed boxes, it was checking them, like it was tracking our progress. It then went into the guest room and disappeared. My mom didn't tell us at all, because my niece was very little. She told me after we moved. Other things I remember. I couldn't play my electric guitar in the basement because the strings would literally shock me. Guitar was fine upstairs, though. New batteries in the basement, smoke detectors, would go dead in days. The owner's aunt left the house to them. Not sure if she died in the house. I dreamt about mirrors a lot while living there. I believe it was a demonic haunting. This is small, but still creeps me out to this day. When I was 8, my sister and I shared a room on our first floor. Our bedroom door sort of led into the kitchen. My sister had this monkey clock that I looked at every morning to gauge how much more time I had to sleep in. Anyway, one morning around 7:20, I woke up and rolled over to look at the clock. In my groggy gaze, I got the time, but then who I thought was my dad moved in front of it. Now at that time, I remember seeing a dark figure with no visible features, like pure black. I didn't think anything of it, since I was just waking up and assumed it was just my tired eyes. Seeing this, and yes, I made a note that I did, I started to rub my eyes and feel him sit at the foot of my bed. At the same time, I said, "What do you want, Dad?" I didn't get an answer. I sit up as quickly as possible and see no one there. I look back towards the monkey clock, and only about a minute has passed. I sprinted out of bed and into the kitchen to find my dad, but the only one there was my mom at the counter, with a now shocked look on her face, looking directly at me. I mean to her, did I just come out rushing into the room directly at her, absolutely for no reason? Before she could ask me anything, I say, "Mom, where's Dad?" Puzzled, she says, "He left at like 6:30 or so. Going to work. Why?" Obviously, I couldn't tell her what I saw. She'd think I was nuts. So I just said, "Never mind. Thanks, Mom, I'll go back to bed." For a good while, I forgot about it. But years later, my older sister asked me if I'd ever seen a black figure walk through the house. My heart stopped at the realization that my eyes weren't playing a trick on me. Years after that, I told my dad, who to this day is a skeptic. He doesn't believe me and said that it was just making me think someone was in the house. which was impossible without my mom knowing. Personally, I believe, and also know, he wasn't there to hurt me. I felt a caring soul pass by me that day, which is why I immediately thought my dad. I went to a tiny old movie theater, designed for children's animated shorts in Japan, in 2012. I was a senior in college then. The theater had more children in the seats than adults, but I was really interested in the animation because I was a Studio Ghibli short. As the movie started, I could see from the corner of my eye the little girl sitting to my right starting to stare at me. I felt uncomfortable but assumed maybe it was because I was a little different in appearance than what she was used to. But then, as the movie continued, she got on her knees and faced me, staring dead blank at me. I decided to ignore her because I didn't want to disturb others around me, but I was really uncomfortable. She never seemed to turn away, and I wasn't able to focus on the movie and instead started to puzzle together what I would say to her once the movie was finished. I didn't want to say anything mean, but I wanted to point out to her and her parents that the behavior may make people uncomfortable. The movie finished in 30 minutes because it was an animated short and the lights turned on. I turned to the girl to address the situation and found myself staring at a wall. There was red wallpaper with cute little animal designs, but no room for a child to sit between myself and the wall. There was a remnant of another wooden seat beside me that had been cut off, as though maybe the theater used to be a little bit bigger. All the wood seats were connected. It was only about 2 centimeters of the seat from the handle still remaining. I didn't really know what to do, so I just kinda left. Years ago in college, we were sharing ghost stories when a friend told a tale in which the parent did, as he suggested was logical, eventually switch rooms with the child to find out the truth. So, the story is that when his family, parents and their 2 boys, moved into their new house, everything was basically hunky-dory except for my friend's little brother, who was having trouble sleeping and insisted that his room was haunted. The parents figured it was just a symptom of the move, maybe, and that he'd get over it. But as time went on, the youngest boy got more paranoid and anxious about the room and not less. Eventually, bedtime became such a hassle with this kid that the father relented and said that this time he'd sleep in the kid's room to prove it wasn't haunted, while the boy would be asleep in his parents' bed with his mother. So the morning after the swap comes, and everyone's milling about getting breakfast, when Dad comes downstairs, and people of course want to know how he slept. To everyone's surprise, he says to the youngest, "Yeah, you're not sleeping in that room anymore," which obviously wasn't what people expected. Apparently, as my friend recounted, when his dad slept in the room, he reported he had to sleep facing the wall, because anytime he slept facing out towards the room, he couldn't escape this really awful feeling that someone or something was knelt by his bedside, staring him in the face. And that, as you can imagine, did not lend itself well to a restful sleep. Once the youngest was out of the room and settled into another, the drama over bedtime stopped. Now, my personal take on this is that Dad actually slept fine, then lied to the kid the next day to vindicate him, effectively playing into the kid's logic about the room being haunted, while fully intending to change his room so as to end the nightly drama. But it's a fun story either way. When I was around 13, I was upstairs in my grand's house, drying my hair in one of the bedrooms. It was a very small house, so it shared a door jamb with my aunt's bedroom next door. Over the sound of the hairdryer, I heard this sudden racket. I switched the hairdryer off, and it sounded like my aunt's room was being ransacked. Because the rooms were so close, I could clearly hear things getting thrown around, drawers being rummaged through and then slammed shut. Trying to come up with a rational explanation, I summoned all my courage and went to have a look. As soon as I got to the door, everything suddenly stopped. I peeked in and nothing was out of place. I was pretty freaked out, but still trying to tell myself I was hearing things. So I went back to drying my hair. The second I flicked the hairdryer back on, it started up again. This time I bolted. I daredn't dare look into the room, but I distinctly remember the noise continued as I ran past. I went barreling down the stairs and straight into the arms of my dad, who was sneaking upstairs to catch me going to my aunt's things. I denied it was me, but he said that he had heard me downstairs. I think he believed me when he saw how rattled I was. A few other things happened over the years, but the next thing that really sticks out was when I'd moved away to another city for uni and was renting a house with some friends. One night, a noise startled me awake, and I sat up to see my grandpa standing at the foot of my bed. This was the husband of my gran from the first story who died when I was young, and it was not a nice sight. He was slightly glowing, and his eyes were red. He had a smile that was way too wide and filled with sharp teeth. My thoughts along the lines of, am I actually seeing this? Yep, I'm awake. Am I sure I'm awake? Touch the bed covers. Can feel the texture? Yep, definitely awake. Well, shit, I'm really seeing this. I sat there staring at this thing for maybe a minute before it slowly faded away. There had been weird things happening to me ever since I was a kid, and it kind of felt in a way like this was just a big reveal, like it was him the whole time. Since then, nothing even remotely spookend has happened to me. One Sunday morning, I was in my kitchen, having a cup of tea with my wife. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw what I thought was my 3-year-old daughter walk out of the front room and into the entrance hall. I went to see what she was doing, and when I got there, there was no one there. I walked back into the kitchen and said to my wife something along the lines of, I'm bloody seeing things. I could have sworn I saw Amelia walk into the front door, but when I got there, she was nowhere to be seen. My wife was all like, you're joking. The same thing happened to me and my mom just the other day. She explained how the same thing happened to them in the exact same spot, with the mysterious girl taking the exact same route. In fact, so convinced were they that when they had seen our daughter, that they actually crept into the entrance hall after her to make her jump. But there was no one there. It didn't end there, though. A few months later, we saw a post on a local Facebook page saying, I had a lovely childhood growing up in our dress. I'd be really keen to speak to whoever lives there now, particularly to see if they haven't or had experienced any paranormal things going on. I direct messaged the poster and asked if she had ever seen anything untoward, without giving any indication of what we had experienced. Lo and behold, her and her sister used to see a little blonde Victorian girl in a white nightie standing outside their bedroom doors or walking through the house. She related how initially she would think it was the other sister and would go out to investigate and find no one. I'm a very cynical person by nature, and I didn't previously believe in the paranormal, but I have no explanation for the above. My old apartment was the upstairs of a house, which was built in 1890, and it used to be a church. There was a room by the front door, I'll call it the front room, which was used as a living room because the actual living room felt spooky and weird stuff happened in there. Noises and voices, bumps and creaks, knocking. That place was haunted. One example. A friend of mine is over. We're in the front room. He goes to the living room to play some guitar, which is down the hall, and goes to the bathroom and comes back to the front room. I then go to the bathroom, which is down the hall, right by the living room. As I'm about to go in the bathroom, I look in the living room and see a cigarette butt sitting directly in the middle of the living room on the carpet. I'm like, why did he leave a cigarette butt in the middle of the room? So I pick it up and put it in the ashtray, then go to the bathroom and head back to the front room. I ask my friend, Hey, it was so weird. There was a cigarette butt right in the middle of the living room. I put it in the ashtray. And he says, wait, what? When I went into the bathroom and came out, I saw the exact same thing. It was in the middle of the room, and I didn't know how it got there, so I put it in the ashtray. So, to summarize, a friend was living in a room and smoked a cig. Went to the bathroom, came out, saw a cig butt in the middle of the living room floor on the carpet, which makes no sense. He picked it up and put it in the ashtray. I, very shortly afterward, went to the bathroom, saw the same cigarette butt in the middle of the room, and put it in the ashtray again. Ashtray was empty. This was the only cigarette butt in the room. Neither of us have any way of explaining how this happened. A cigarette butt jumping out of an ashtray twice, all the way to the middle of a room? When I was a kid, I lived in an old white farmhouse with my dad, stepmom, brother and stepsister. Brother and I had the basement. Sister and stepsister got rooms in the house. Basement was right off the back porch, with just a screen door keeping anyone out, since the basement door didn't lock. Well, this arrangement lasted for about a month or two. Then things got strange. We all start hearing weird noises late at night in the darkness of the property. Sometimes see eyes moving around outside. That wasn't the bad part. We could live with that. What we couldn't live with was the scarecrow. In the field behind our place was a scarecrow. Nothing like Harold from Scary Stories. This one wasn't very humanoid. It was basically a coat, a flour sack full of something, and a wooden pumpkin for a head. After those first 2 months, we noticed he started moving around the field. And it was overgrown, so you'd see a path if anyone walked out there to move him. Days pass, and he keeps moving. But he hadn't come any closer to the house. Just hopping around in the fields. Then one day, he's by the old barn. The property had a barn across from the back door, and a longhouse for chickens or something a bit off to the right of the back door. So it's fairly close. Naturally, none of us are happy, but he still kept away from the house. Then came the day my dad and I were home alone. Stepmom was off doing something with my stepsister. Older siblings were off staying with friends. We walked out the back door and stepped onto the back porch. Scarecrow is blocking the screen door leading off the porch. My dad breaks part of the porch getting out. Then we leave. We come back later, after he brought an axe. Scarecrow is now in our house. Dad drags it outside and chops it up, throws it in a bonfire, then digs a hole in the gravel driveway and buries it. A month later, we would come home from going to the movies. Driveway is dug up. Scarecrow is standing where we usually park the family car. We moved out the next day. No clue what happened to that scarecrow, since the house is now across from a casino. One recurring thing was what I thought was me having a brain aneurysm or something. My left temple would flutter. It would hurt and move a lot, and I would hear this kind of squelching sound. What was eerie about it was that I also heard a woman laughing very loudly. This happened usually when everyone was asleep or I was alone. No TV or radio on. No explanation for the sound besides maybe I was dying and it was an auditory hallucination or something. Some years later in the same house, my younger half-sister moved in. She always accidentally locked herself out of her room, which was odd, but she was pretty accident-prone. Anyways, one day I'd gotten her a comic as a gift, but she wasn't home, and her door was locked. I planned on sending it on her bed or something. Oh well. I just slid it under the door, saw it slide pretty much to the other side of the room. I went to my neighbor's place to chill and saw this Pokemon wrapping paper, and I decided I just had to go get that comic and wrap it up before my sister got home. Well, I go back home, and maybe 20 minutes have passed, and the comic is in the middle of the hallway. The door is still locked. I was alone. No one else came home until hours later. Anyways, I just wrapped the comic book like I intended to this time, and slipped the lock on the door and placed it on her bed. I didn't relock it, but when my sister got home that night, she was pissed because her door was locked again. Again, not creepy at all, but maybe paranormal. Once I heard some man yelling, "Oh shit," in my dad's room while he was at work. I thought his girlfriend was cheating on him or something, but when I tried to tell him, he just laughed it off. Apparently, again, I was home alone. I used to live in a very small flat with only 2 floors, so like an upstairs and a downstairs, which led to separate front doors for each person. We were upstairs, and there were massive trees in front, which almost covered the windows as we were upstairs and they reached the trees. I always felt strange in that house, like there was a presence in there. I was desperate to move out, and we weren't intending to live there for very long. Every time we tried to move a house, something would happen, and we couldn't, which led me to think that the houses didn't want us to leave, and we would be stuck there forever. I was very young, and the house was driving me insane, so I don't know. We managed to move out eventually, proving my belief of being trapped there wasn't real. A few strange encounters where things would go missing all the time. For example, I had this fake cleaning set, and I kept it in between a gap between my toy box and clothes drawer, and never used. But one day, it completely disappeared, and at first, I thought I had misplaced it, but it was nowhere to be found. A few months later, my cousin found it in the exact same spot it was supposed to be, even though I was certain it wasn't there, which kind of scared me. Also, I had a tablet which I put on my bed, and left the room only to come back and not notice anything till it wasn't there. I never found it, and Google just took it off my device list, and it was untracked and almost non-existent, apart from we still have a charger, another case in the box it originally came from. And also, when I Google my email, that device always comes up, and it's always the only thing that comes up. I doubt this was paranormal. I'm pretty sure my mom took it, but it's a bit of a mystery as to why no one knows where it went. And me and my mom were the only people in the house. At least we're supposed to be. One thing I would always hear is footsteps outside my room. I would always imagine a ghost girl outside my room with black hair in front of her face and a white dress. I would go crazy if the door was ever left open, and would imagine someone stood at it. In my old room, there was this cellar, which I didn't and still don't find creepy, but one day I could hear all my favorite music coming out of it. There was no radio there or anything, so I don't know where it came from. Plus, it wasn't very popular anymore for anyone to be playing it, apart from me. But I was happy and didn't think much of it at the time. There could be all childhood imaginations, but the noises didn't seem to be from the neighbors, because the walls between my house and the neighbor's house were quite a distance away from my room, and the wall from my room just led to the stairs, so you couldn't hear the neighbors from my house. Also, the downstairs noises couldn't have been footsteps, but really did sound like it was coming from outside my room. This happened last year. My parents are big into collecting milk, glass, and colored glassware. They pick colors for every child and collect the colored glass and give it to us every Christmas. They started this when I was a teen, and I'm 22 now. So of course, my color was black. Last year, they gifted me a lot of black glassware, and at this point in my life, I was jumping places to live, and I just rode around in my trunk. I swear the moment they gave me this one specific bowl that sat in my trunk, every driver on the road tried to hit me, or would nearly get into a wreck, every time I drove. This rode around with me for 6 months or so, and the incidence was almost constant. I moved in with my sister and her family during this time and began unpacking my trunk into my room. Backstory. My niece, this sister's daughter, has correctly predicted 3 pregnancies before they were announced, or even known about. 2 of the people went home and took pregnancy tests that came back positive. One person knew but was keeping it a secret and only admitted it when she said, Oh, there's a baby in there. She now has to sleep with an eye cover because she thinks that she's seeing things at night. She's only 6. We all regard her as an almost medium in the family because of her affinity to these things. My room directly opened to a view of the staircase and doorways to both kids' bedrooms and my sister's bedroom. While living there, I kept hearing footsteps and noticed what I thought was my nephew walking the downstairs every night at like 1 a.m. for candy or a snack. Every time it was a little boy about 4 feet tall with dirty blonde, almost brown hair, as quiet as can be, walking down the stairs. A few times I would go down after him, but just thought he would be hiding when I couldn't find him. Eventually, I asked him while we were all at the dinner table about him waking up so late for snacks. My niece just sits there, wide-eyed, but didn't say anything at the time. My nephew denies it pretty honestly. A few other things happened, including my niece suggesting burning black candles to cleanse the house. Creepy. This kept occurring for about another week, until I'm sleeping one morning until my sister and my niece burst into my room in a panic. This is my sister. "Did you just hear that?" Of course, I'm half awake and ask, "Just hear what?" A little boy just stood up in my doorway and screamed, "Look at me!" My niece then chimed in like, "Yeah, I heard it too." And I met Mom at my door, and we went to check on my nephew, but he was still sleeping, so we came in here. I threw out the bowl the same day and everything stopped. I later asked if they were just trying to scare me, but they still stand by it actually happening. In hindsight, I should have sold the bowl because anyone would have bought a black glass bowl said to be haunted.